Good morning. All right, guys, we got two things up for today. So we know, first of all, we have closing arguments and jury instructions today for Blaise. But there was also a hearing for Keefe D where it sounds like the defense he's trying to use got kicked out a little bit by the judge. And I need to know what that is. So there was a hearing in what will be the Tupac trial yesterday. So when they go into deliberations, we're going to hop over to that hearing for Keefe D in Las Vegas and take a look at that too. Do we have any predictions this morning? What do y'all think is going to happen with Blaise? Do you think the jury is going to say, oh, well, he was the only one there, so who else did it? Or do you think the jury may actually consider that Jade might have accidentally done this to herself? Not guilty or hung? I think it'll be a split, not guilty, but you never know. I hate that the judge said yesterday, well, the question of the matter is whether or not they believe the best friend's accounting of Jade's last words. But okay, y'all, hear me out. Hear me out. First of all, if my best friend ever calls me in distress and if I hear my best friend on the phone arguing with her dude, I'm on the way. If I hear him hit her or do something to her, I'm calling 911. I'm not calling a dude that she just met that I just bought over her house an hour ago. Why would that be her last words? Unless now I believe. Okay, so let me play devil's advocate. I'm starting to believe Najee. Y'all don't go crazy. I'm starting to believe Najee, but listen. If I've been out here partying, dibbling, dabbling, devil's lettuce, shrooms, now they're talking about liquid adult sugar. If I've been out here partying and acting up, and there is a med student that is currently at Meharry Medical College that got access to a lab that got possible rug interactions from Ohio. He got a little bit of a record. What would be the reason? Think about this, y'all. What would be the reason that I would call my best friend instead of calling 911 on my mama when I feel like something's in my drink and my legs are going numb and I can't walk good and now I'm starting to slur? Why would I not call 911 myself or my mama? You know why? One, because I'm not that scared. Okay, hear me out. Let me work through this. One, I'm not that scared. And why would I not be that scared? Because I've had one or half of one or a piece of one of these reactions before. Why would I call and ask for Key? Call Key. Because Key, what did you sell me this time? What did you give me? This shit's going left. I'm not feeling good. I can't feel my legs. What did you put in my drink? What if Key been making drinks? And they stopped by to get their plate, but they left that little McDonald's cup, right? Everybody been talking about 2 glasses. Ain't nobody said shit about that damn takeout cup. What if Key hook you up? What if Key making drinks and this time Key get a plate? What if she said, Blaise, you scaring me? Why would Blaise be scaring me? Because if Blaise is looking at her like, bitch, what's happening? Oh, something come out your mouth. Blaise, you're scaring me. Bitch, you scaring me. Why else would mom's best friend and the girls, all your friends from back home, come and go in your house, gloved up, move your camera, and remove where you vomited, unless they wanted to control how that vomit was touched? Who had it? I think they almost hoped that they would throw out the blanket because the blanket had what in it? The blanket had the foam in it. The blanket had the adult sugar in it. The blanket had Fenty on it. But the Fenty was in a place where there were no stains. Yes. Remember, the good toxicologist said, nah, it's not really common to liquefy the adult sugar, but people do take adult sugar and dissolve it in drinks. All we know for sure is that it was taken orally. So my thing is, what if she was talking to Jade? What if she did ask Jade, call Key? Because Key, what the fuck did you give me? But the only reason why you would call is because, just like that good toxicologist said, if she's working with her cancer patients and they give those cancer patients too much Fenty during their treatment and they start to snoring, they start to reverse the Fenty. If you got a medical student that been dibbling and dabbling in the lab and he done made you a drink before and you called him before and said, hey, this one ain't right, something don't feel right, and he tell you what it is and how the fuck to reverse it, why wouldn't you call him the next time? I'm starting to feel like this was not the first time that it happened. I'm starting to feel like Najee is not lying about the last words. Najee is lying about the context of the last words, and Najee still need her ass whooped. Why would Keontae come up to the hospital and never come in? The dealer trying to check and see if he finna get a charge, because if you give somebody some booger sugar or anything else and they end up passing off of it, when they pass, you get what? A charge. Mm-hmm. This is the fourth wave of the epidemic. They're not playing anymore because the epidemic is touching people that it should not touch. When it was the crack epidemic in the 80s, those people got jail time and their kids taken away. But now that this epidemic is touching a different demographic, now somebody's got to pay. So Key is never going to, one, everybody kept saying, oh, they're programmed. They're going to get kicked out of medical school. No, they don't want to go to jail. So I'm starting to believe that Najee is telling the truth and Blaise is telling the truth at the same time, because everybody's hiding what the fuck was actually happening. So now it don't make sense. I don't feel like nobody's lying. I feel like Najee is telling the truth and lying by omission. She keeps her program, because you got to think about it. Fucked up people like that, once you're gone, well, none of telling the truth now is not going to bring Jade back. Those type of people reconcile they bullshit like that. But if you have a juror that's stuck on, well, who else was there? Then you're going to have then Blaise is going to have a problem. I don't think he did it. I think he was the only one there when it started to hit the fan. I think he was the only one there when it started to absorb. Now, what is he talking about? Yeah, yesterday I started thinking about some shit. And I feel like they're just hiding what was there. I do feel there's no reason, nobody else. And then to lie about why you went back in that crime scene. To first have stepmom, who was the first person who talked to anybody, say that she remembers having conversations, but she doesn't remember the context or subject of any of those conversations. Okay, cool. Then we moved to Dance mom best friend. She said she's the one that coordinated everybody going in there. She took everybody with her to go be hands-on and be the makeshift Scooby-Doo and the crew CSI team. They go down there. She claimed her son, who was a police officer, told them to get in there, get out, don't stay long, record it, and wear gloves. Only for us to find out that son ain't nobody's police officer. So she lied about who told her she can go in there. Only for Bio Mom to get on the stand right behind her and say, oh no, it was the first law enforcement. And she said law enforcement that the stepmom talked to that told her she can go in there. So they called back all the law enforcement that was first. They called back the first officer. They called back the first detective, and did nobody tell her shit. So why are we lying about going in the house gloved up? First of all, and the other thing is, let's be very clear about, because I made a statement, and I'm going to have to correct myself. I made a statement the other day. Why the fuck are y'all so scared of trace amounts of Fenty if you got this astronomical amount of booger sugar? But wait a minute. Let's think about it. The same reason why they would put gloves on to go in there. Because if you touch a minuscule amount of what? what happens? We've seen it. We've seen officers trying to do a stop, reach in somebody's purse, touch something, and next thing you know, the officer out on the floor needing Narcan. That's why they went in with gloves, because they knew that shit was there. Yeah, I ain't fucking with them. I ain't fucking with them. Say what you want to say. I feel like Najee telling the truth. She did ask for key. No, God bless the dead. I'm not trying to shame the girl. She can do what she want to do. And I know people are going to try to shame her because whatever she was doing it while she was pregnant. But at the end of the day, she was doing what she was doing. And you're not going to tell me somebody just stopped that type of recreational activity the second they find out they're pregnant. I don't think so. I don't think so. And they said, where she get the alcohol from? Work. She works at a restaurant. So if she make her a drink in an inconspicuous cup, like a McDonald's cup, and walk around with her water cup all day long, who's going to stop the pregnant lady from having her water? I don't know if she asked for key, but if we believe everything, I'm saying take everything Najee has said as law. And if she did ask for key, that's the only reason why she would, in my book. I'm saying I'm going to sit back and say I'm not going to call Najee a liar. But if I believe everything Najee said, then I can't let go of my common sense, correct? And my common sense is telling me there's only one reason why I would ask for key, because I need to know what you gave me. There's a reason why the dealer wouldn't come inside and be identified. There's a reason why you would go in that house and take certain things out. But and to be fair, let's be very fair. When I say, and I know I said it before, that I don't feel like the investigation was good, I don't feel like the investigation was good on any part. Because, excuse me, if I tell you that this person sitting right here next to me in this hospital drugged my best friend, he didn't do it with his feet. And I know he drove straight over here with us and didn't take any detours, didn't stop, and he came right over here with us. Check that car, check his pockets, check his socks, check his hands, rub his fingers down. Is there any substances on his hands? The same way they would check somebody else for GSR as soon as something happened, just to make sure they didn't pop, is the same way they should have had his hands out like he was standing there with TSA with that little white piece of paper, rubbing his hands to see if anything was on it. Because if he drugged her with anything, the residue would have still been on his hands. And if he would have touched the Fenty, then he would have been having a reaction. It wasn't in the food. Well, it take even longer than that, apparently, with Fenty, because what we learned yesterday from the good toxicologist, LaFonda, Tiffany, and Destiny is on the phone. But they on my glasses, so y'all can't hear them. They was asking about you the other day, LaFonda. But we found out that when Fenty gets near the booger sugar, the enzyme that breaks down booger sugar gets blocked by Fenty, and the Fenty enzyme that makes it break down in your body gets blocked by the booger sugar, so they just linger and stack. And so where she should have looked like she had a certain amount in her system, and people, they say people, can OD around about 1,000 nanograms per milliliter if you're a naive user. She was at they're trying to say that she was at 7,878 nanograms per milliliter of the booger sugar at the time of her unaliving, at the time she came into the hospital, or at the time of her unaliving, which means that it was way higher than that when she came into the hospital. But the defense is saying, well, if you toot on a regular basis, you can take that much. And to the defense, what they're saying is that if you micro tooting all day, then the toot might have went from a toot to a chew to a choo choo, and then you got ran over by the train. Nope. It went through her liver. It was orally ingested. They don't know if it was liquid. They just know it was orally ingested. It was orally ingested. That's all we know. The state is trying to say it was liquefied. But the thing is, nobody liquefies the booger sugar. They may dissolve it in something, but they don't liquefy it. But if you want to tell me that somebody was out here liquefying it, then I would believe that it's the person that has a sketchy background that don't want to come into the hospital that happens to be a student right now currently at Meharry Medical College, because you can do some shit with a lab. The best friend and the guy she bought are both medical students. The best friend, the guy, and the deceased all was messing with lettuce, shrooms, and whatever else. Well, they keep saying that that's the only thing she was a chronic user of, but none of that was found in her system. So there you go. There you go. I think she did stop. To be honest, I do believe that Jade did stop when she found out she was preggo. I do believe she stopped, but I believe that you can't just. I'm not saying she didn't puff. What I'm saying is, I think she found a new way, because you can't go from doing all those things to just doing nothing, not without the grace of God. You know, you can't do it. It's not, and that's even going to be hard. So I do think there was an alternative, and I think the alternative was that fucking McDonald's cup. That's where I'm at with it right now. I believe she fully stopped puffing. I think she fully stopped doing it the way she used to. I think she let her little medical student friends tell her a safer way. We're just going to do this amount. We're just going to liquefy it. We're going to mix it with a little bit of this. Ms. J, you're in the wrong line of work. You should be a lawyer or a private investigator. We can't be nobody's lawyer, because we'll all be in the hooscow on contempt, because that judge will not keep talking to me like that. But I ain't going to lie to you. That judge talked to me like that. I'm calling my mama and my sister and my other sister and my cousins and my aunties. I'm calling everybody. I'm telling. If y'all see me walk into court and Tiffany is my co-counsel, just know it's about to go down. All right, court is starting. The entire cavalry. I'm coming through.
Or anything before the jury's brought down.
There you go. If Tiff would have been on Law and Crime watching me get talked to like that by lunch, Tiff would have showed up.
Exhibit that we discussed on yesterday?
One thing about the charge?
No, sir.
Oh, okay.
It was about the exhibit from yesterday that we went up there. When I looked at the exhibit list.
Your commentary is my absolute favorite part of all of this. My commentary would have us all in contempt. I tried to watch a hearing Glanville did yesterday, y'all, and I got so triggered I had to get off. I don't even know what was going on. I was. Verdict will be in tomorrow.
Said we would have asked a whole lot of questions of your phone person. What about it?
I didn't understand yesterday. I thought that you were entering it, or were you just accepting for offer of proof?
Offer of proof.
Okay.
Mark
That's all I need.
okay,
thank you.
Glanville is still a judge. Yes, he's still a safe. Glanville had a hearing yesterday. It's the guy that switched counsel at the last minute. And he got a trial coming up, and it's a bit of a big deal. I think we might get a verdict today. Sitting up there with that earring. As soon as I seen his head, I was just like, if I'd have seen that dog, it'd have set me off. I couldn't even pay attention, lawyer by heart. I got to go back and try to watch what it was even about. I know there was a change in counsel, and the new counsel was asking for like 8 to 12 months to get ready. He said he wasn't going out 8 to 12 months. But I can't even tell you what that man was charged with. I was so triggered. I think we might get one today. If it goes until tomorrow, I'm scared. But if we get one fast, I might be scared because they might all go back there and say he was the only one there, and that's gonna piss me off. That's gonna piss me off. Because they haven't even put him around a crackhead uncle. They ain't even take his phone records and say that this is a sketchy part of town where they do a lot of sales, and all of a sudden he started driving over here a whole bunch of times the week before. They not even say he went into a sketchy part of town after having 3 dates in a row with her. Like, they put him by no drugs. They put in his system. They didn't check him. They didn't test him. They didn't test his hands. They didn't get it out of here. Now at this point we have to be real. And
Good morning.
somebody wants to say it, somebody wants to be disrespectful to Jade. There wasn't just one person in that motherfucker that could have put that in her. There were 2.
Yes, Your Honor. You did this so something would happen to the baby. Jade Benning, she did not call 911. She did better than calling 911. Jade Benning called the one person.
Better.
The one person who knew where she was, knew who she was with, would know that she was calling scared and for help. Now, Jade Jackson said as soon as she heard her best friend's voice, she knew she was scared and she needed help. Jade Benning did better. She made sure that Blaise Taylor was not the only person to hear her last words. She made sure that you heard her last words. She called Jade Jackson and said, Blaise, you're scaring me. Nigella heard him say, you're scaring me. I know you put something in my drink. I knew my drink tasted funny. Let me see what's in your pocket. Let me see. I know you put something in my drink because I can't even walk straight. I can't feel my legs. You put something in my drink. You did this so something would happen to the baby.
And the Academy Award goes to put what in the drink? With what? You ain't put no rugs nowhere but in her. On her phone, on her telegram, and she was, y'all even refused to say that Jade was a dealer. And that's the other thing. Jade was a dealer. She wasn't facilitating shit. Everybody was coming to her to get what they needed. Jade was a dealer. Rest in peace, Jade. Respect to the dead, but Jade was a dealer. They went to that house with gloves on to take out Jade's motherfucking stash. Now I'm getting pissed, and they about to make me say some shit. They went and took that shit out, but they didn't want to touch no shit because the shit was still lingering around like it was on that motherfucking blanket. Now she's pissing me off. Okay.
I think I'm about to pass out. Jade Benning ensured that you heard her words that night where she was so excited to be having a date night with Blaise Taylor. Her best friend came over. They were the only 2 people there. Dr. Aaron Carney gave a very specific medical explanation that Jade Benning would have gone pulseless within 30 minutes of ingesting that concentration of cocaine dissolved in a liquid. There were only 2 people there. The proof and testimony that you have heard over the last week from Jade Benning's family and friends, the pictures, the things in her phone, she was so excited to be having this baby. She was so happy and planning for her baby girl to be born. I submit to you that it does not matter how many questions were asked about fentanyl or cocoethylene. It does nothing to change the evidence and proof that you have that Jade Benning did not want to harm herself or her baby. She wanted the opposite of that.
Y'all, I'm really trying. It don't matter how many questions were asked about Fenty or cocoethylene when she had traces of Fenty and cocoethylene in her system, and cocoethylene only comes if you take booger sugar and alcohol at the same time, at the exact same time, and it doesn't matter. So I guess it don't matter that her friends went in there either. I guess it don't matter that there's two people that are in there. They're the only two people there, so only one of them did it? No, only one of them died. It doesn't matter. I don't know what in the Legally Blonde she thinks she get ready to happen, if she thinks it's about to have this Epiphany Perry Macy moment about having a perm and taking a shower or whatever she thinks is about to happen. But this ain't it. This ain't it. And what she actually is doing a disservice to Jade, because you're asking at least one of these 12 people to absolutely turn off all common sense and just go with what the fuck somebody tell me. And I'm sorry, you can't piss on me and tell me it's raining. Not happening.
Proof and evidence from Najee Jackson and Dr. Aaron Carney is proof beyond a reasonable doubt for counts 2 and 4 that Blaise Taylor intentionally put that cocaine in Jade's drink to kill the baby. And Jade Benning was killed when he did that. You also have the proof and...
Okay, I quit. Dr. Clarney is the proof that he put cocaine in her drink to kill the baby. But you ain't put him around no cocaine. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't listen to her for a fucking hour.
She described to
Not with this
you
bullshit.
an event that happened several years before in 2017, but when she heard about what happened to Jade Benning and that Jade Benning was dating Blaise Taylor, she knew immediately. She reached out and contacted people because she knew she had information that it was him. She testified, told you about very personal things that happened to her, but she described what happened over a period of 2 days.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, I hope the defense gets up here and says something about Apple that I'm not seeing anybody say yet. And the thing is, Apple wants us to get up here and believe that Blaise Taylor actually reached out to her to help her get rid of his girlfriend or whoever he got pregnant's baby. And I'm gonna say girlfriend, and Apple was the side chick, but Apple in her delusional ass brain believes that she was the main chick, even though he was with the other girl before and after her and did not go back to her. But if you're gonna get me on the dang on, if you're gonna get me to believe that somebody that Blaise gave somebody else a ultimatum, but then you get up on the stand and said the one thing he never gave you was an ultimatum because he always wanted to have a baby with you and he never cared about anything else, and everybody else's baby can go but not yours, then what are you here for? Because you didn't get the ultimatum. And Xavier never got her ass on that stand and said any fucking thing. Xavier never got her ass on the stand and said he gave me an ultimatum and I didn't know what to do. He scared me. He said if I didn't do this, then that. If it didn't come from Xavier, fuck you, because bitch, you mad. You been mad. You still mad. And that's why you still got text messages in your phone from 2018 from somebody who up here hooking up with motherfuckers off a Hinge and getting them pregnant within a month. You just realized that you wasn't that special, bitch. You just realized that he was going ahead and putting mileage on you like he was putting mileage on the rest of them. You just realized he took you down and went back to his girl. You just realized that Apple was really applesauce because he played you like a kid and went back to the bitch that was apple pie. You are not the one. You ain't the one, was never the one, ain't gonna be the one. And even if you put him in jail, you still ain't gonna be the one. Because I believe if in some stretch of the imagination Blaise goes to jail, his first letter is gonna come from Apple and she'll marry him in that bitch if he let her.
Her testimony, she had to talk him out of putting something in another girl's drink who was refusing to have an abortion so that he could cause the abortion without her knowing. Blaise Taylor chose cocaine. He chose what to put in that drink. He chose a substance that you have heard from multiple witnesses is known to cause spontaneous abortions. Dr. Carney described that it is known to cause a placental abruption. And she also testified that that did not happen to Jade Benning. It did not happen because he killed her. I submit to you that there is proof and evidence that you have heard over the last week that proves beyond a reasonable doubt all 4 counts of the indictment, including the first-degree premeditated murder of Jade Benning. Blaise Taylor chose this. You saw when he got back in touch with Jade Benning, they had a conversation that explained what happened back in November of 2022.
He got back in touch with her.
This is kind of a somewhat joking conversation, but Jade Benning said, "You gave me a crazy ultimatum." Apple Denny testified to that same ultimatum. You have Jade Benning's decision to the ultimatum
at the
he
common
gave her.
foot.
She chose her baby. She did not choose Blaise Taylor. She did not make the choice that Xavier Winford made back in 2017. She chose her baby.
Show me he chose
Apple Denny
cocaine.
gave that
Show
same
me that he saw the
description
website
of
that said this
ultimatum,
causes
and you
spontaneous
have that
abortion.
there was
Show
no
me.
contact from November 6th to December 31st of 2022.
Y'all, I'm not gonna lie. I would have been better off of her saying that he worked for an NFL team and NFL players or players of stature or in celebrity realms that maybe adult sugar isn't that big of a deal, doesn't have that big of a stigma, and he could have got it from one of the players. I would have rather her did a reach like that, because the reach that she's doing right now is looking like Jodeci reaching for the sky in the dang on desert with leather pants on. This reach, this Stretch Armstrong shit that she's doing is absolutely crazy, because when did she's saying ignore the Fenty in her system, ignore the cocaethylene, that Dr. Clarney, the medical examiner, the person that looked at her after she was dead, is the proof that he put the cocaine in there. Well, where was up? Well, she wasn't around Jay while she was alive. Not never. She's sitting up there with blood in the wrong tube that wasn't refrigerated for 5 days, don't have no chain of custody till it got to the lab, only had 2 milliliters, and it can't tell. And they changed the date of one of the tests 10 days before trial, when the date been the same since 2023. I can't, y'all, she better make this make sense in her hour, because if she don't, first of all, I would call my aunties. I would call my sister. My sister will be outside waiting on her.
Jade Benning was planning for her baby. Her life was going on. But you also heard from her family and friends that...
I hate to say this, but I'm looking at her. I'm looking at that bleach job. I'm looking at this shape. I hate to say this. I'm sorry, trigger warning. We'll call this a hypothetical, but I'm telling you, there was a Blaise Taylor in this woman's life that she has never forgot, and he did her worse than Apple Denny. Her and Apple Denny have trauma bonded and have come to the conclusion that this makes the case. I don't know who from her college years she is seeing in her brain, but whoever she's seeing is not Blaise Taylor. But at this point, the way she is trying to reach and stretch and make this shit connect in dots, baby, He left you and you went home. You went home on Christmas break and told your parents that you was going to bring somebody special home. You told your parents that you was probably planning on moving out of town. He was probably one of them ones that lived in another state. Y'all met at college and he told you was planning on moving to wherever he was from. And then by spring break, he was out there on the field with somebody else and asked you, and you probably said, what about me? And he said, sorry, do I know you? Oh, somebody played the fuck out of you. And it was a Blaise with a famous daddy. It was.
During that time, she was not posting anything about her pregnancy to social media. She had not posted anything to social media about her pregnancy on the day she was murdered. It was not publicized. When Blaise Taylor comes back into Jade Benning's life, this is the evidence that you heard was not he came back welcoming this opportunity with open arms. He tells her very specifically in these messages that your life is changing. This is going to be a thing for you. At no point does he say we, me, ours. This is going to change Jade's life. And
it is going to change Jade's life. Mama's baby daddy, maybe. I'm married and it's going to affect me more than it affects the man. I'm the one that's sitting at home.
And Jade Benning, just as her friends describe her, always optimistic.
I'm the one who's getting sick, not him.
Said, okay, but I'm going to be able to make this work. Blaise Taylor did not go to any of her pregnancy appointments with her OBGYN. Not one. She asked him very specifically, sending him the calendar event.
So what? Papa was surprised that she went to my appointments and we was married. Men didn't used to go.
Hope you can make it. I would love for you to be there when I found out the gender of our baby. If it's going to be a boy or a girl, I want you to be there. And he did not go. And even when they saw the shadow and she had to have follow-up testing and then another follow-up appointment, he didn't go to any of those. Jade's stepmom, Andrea, she went with her the day that she found out she was having a baby girl. And Jade was still so happy.
Didn't you have somebody testify that they weren't allowed to take no time off during the season?
You also
so they'd have been relying on Jade.
Why Jade?
Which obviously wasn't enough because she was a damn dealer.
Why everybody didn't know that it was his baby. He was the father.
She didn't know if it was his baby.
Message where Jade is saying, I talked to my mom.
Let's be honest here.
Let it be known, not to bring up you or my situation to anyone.
He had the allergies.
She is defending him and his request that no one know that he's the father of the baby. He responds, but it's all good as long as we are on the same page moving forward. Everything is cool, but I appreciate it. The day before Jade Benning is murdered, the day before, the night before she is murdered, Jade Benning wanted to see Blaise Taylor that night, and he didn't. He is texting Xavier Winford, who
the apple pie,
some kind of relationship with since 2017. He's texting her and saying, you should never doubt anything when it comes to us. And she says, I'm doing my best. And he says, I know, I'm trying to reassure you. She thanks him. He says, I'll do anything to help you. That's what I'm here for. She says, I trust that true, and he says, good, do you trust in us? She responds, yes. Good, then you have nothing to worry about.
I'm trying to figure out what promise he made that girl besides we'll get to know each other because we're going to have to co-parent. I'm trying to figure out what that got to do with ain't nobody measured up to Xavier, did they, Apple? Ain't nobody apple pie. Ain't nobody fresh Dutch apple pie out the oven with some vanilla bean ice cream but Xavier. Nobody. So this tells me that Apple's probably lying. It was probably her baby that he didn't want, but she wanted to be able to get up on TV and let Xavier know that all these years later, even though he's still texting her, it was my baby that he wanted. That girl is sick in the head. I knew she must have been sick, but I really knew it was unhinged when I figured out she was up there under court with Keisha's comments, talking all that mess. Now I know for sure she got up on there because Apple don't give a fuck about Jade. Apple's still trying to go at Xavier. And I bet every dollar I got on that shit.
Everything is going to work out. She says he's glad. He says, me too. I love you. And I need you to love me.
Loving me and won't you, babe?
And
That's
be
woman.
in
That's
love
what we want.
with me.
That's what we want.
She responds that she loves him, and he says, good, I just want us to be happy together.
And dude, that's what he wants.
We are going to be just fine. We just need to stick together. And she promises him that they are going to stick together. The next night, he goes over to Jade Benning's
She's
house.
sliding down the shower wall and stair right now.
Planned. She has canvases so that they can paint pictures for the baby's room.
And let's be so fucking for real. Every woman has been in a situation with somebody. Y'all just ain't on the same page. Y'all want two different things.
With cocaine. To put in her
and if you young and they ain't whooping your ass, then you literally will be like,
testimony that you heard from Najee Jackson and from Keontae Jones about them stopping by, that whole time that he's shuffling those Uno cards.
Very obvious.
He
did not want to be with her. He talked to her like he wanted to be with her. He wasn't mean to her, but he never accidentally gave her
show up at 7:30 for 30 minutes,
a glimmer of hope.
Talking about spades and having random conversation, and he has it.
Didn't say his picture was for the baby at the fuck off. And to be honest, you gonna get a black hole fucking with me. I'm not an artist. I can't draw. I can write my name. I can sign it. I'm not a drawer.
Until 9/29/27.
Did they test Uno cards? Of course not, Miss Martha.
Is at 9/29.
That'd be too much like right.
EMTs don't get to her until 9:50. Dr. Carney's testimony is that Jade was given the cocaine that she ingested orally 30 minutes before. You have this.
How do you know it was 30 minutes before?
That shows the progress. She has not been given anything at that point. The next image that you have is at 9:10 p.m. It is somewhere between this point and the next image.
Y'all catch that? Now we know for sure that the liquid adult booger sugar was administered at 8:29 p.m. Okay, now objection. Where did that come from? Who said that? Who said it was administered at 8:29? How? But conveniently, it's after that 8:03 p.m. text that was a cute interaction. Y'all are conveniently making claims that take Najee out the situation. Let's see if we hear anything about the McDonald's cup. That's where I'm at, y'all. Y'all know I usually love the coup de grace, but honestly, whatever the state says is a crock of bullshit at this time. I can't believe they really up here playing like this. The opening probably would have been better, but now you're supposed to say what the evidence showed us. We've seen the evidence, and now this is I'm calling bullshit on everything that's coming out of your mouth. It's really scary that you can really sit up here and regurgitate this in this manner, knowing that somebody's life is on the line instead of doing what the fuck y'all should have did for Jade. There's no statute of limitation on unaliving folks. So therefore, y'all should have waited and did this right. But instead, you wanted to go ahead and get a headline with the Trooper Taylor's son. Okay, got it. But to say that the liquid, you know what, was administered at 8:29 p.m., but ignore coca-ethylene, ignore Fenty.
Of their progress, that she has to have been given the cocaine in her drink.
Damn it, my black has been laying out there almost.
9:24 p.m. is the next time that there is an event. It is after that 30-minute mark. She has finished the painting. You heard Dr. Carney's testimony about how the symptoms would start off not severe, but it would escalate really quickly. And 9:24 to 9:28, you have 4 minutes. 4 minutes after he put this in her drink. He is there and knows what he has done. And for 4 minutes, takes picture after picture with Jade Benning. Blaise Taylor went there with a plan. There was a plan. He has already poisoned her, and he is taking pictures with her. Blaise Taylor did not plan for Jade Benning calling Najee Jackson. That hadn't happened yet. The last event that happens is that deleted picture, and within 45 seconds, Jade is calling her best friend.
And not 911.
What did you do? She is calling her best friend.
You mean to tell me she had the wherewithal to make the decision not to call 911 and say, I'm going to die, so let me call my best friend who can say who I was with.
6
Hell of an
minutes
intuition for somebody
and
who got
9 seconds.
Sorry, Jade. Sorry.
He is there. Jade is telling him, I can't feel my legs. I can't walk straight. He is there, and he is not saying anything to her.
I thought he did say something.
Like, Jade, what is wrong? What's going on? Let me help you.
Didn't everybody
sit down?
Quiet.
What is happening? You seemed fine just a second ago. What can I get you? Do you want me to call someone? You didn't hear testimony of any of that from Najee Jackson. You also heard Blaise Taylor tell Detective Smith that third interview. He was describing what happened that night, and he said that Jade was trying to lay down. He didn't tell him, so then I helped her. He says that Jade was talking to him. Talking to him. And then he says she wasn't saying stuff, right? Maybe she was kind of talking to Najee. Now, at this point, when he tells this to Detective Smith, Najee Jackson has already told everybody exactly what she heard her best friend said. She's told the people at the hospital, the first officer, the second officer, the detective, family, and friends. She's told Blaise Taylor to his face, like, you didn't tell them what she said. He stood there for 6 minutes and 9 seconds, knowing that he put cocaine in her drink and she drank it. Well, she said these things to him of, I know you did this. Stood there for 6 minutes and 9 seconds and did nothing to help her. At some point, Blaise Taylor figured out that Jade called Nigella.
But you mean to tell me a star
He
football
tells
player never
Detective
ran?
Smith that he was there when she called her and that he spoke to Nigella on
Star
the
football
phone.
player that never runs.
And Jade told Nigella she
today.
wanted her to come over.
My God, today.
Nigella Jackson's testimony was unimpeached about what she heard her best friend said and about
Ain't
what
nobody
happened
else
that
hear it.
night. Blaise Taylor did call 911. He did. But he already knew that Nigella had been on that phone call.
Oh, I call
Because this is
911.
before Nigella has gotten back to the apartment. She hasn't told anyone she heard what he said. She hasn't called him. She doesn't call him until 9:47:11 when she calls back to Jade's phone. That's when she talks to him. But 5 minutes before that, after he's called 911,
No. If you look up the letter, I think one of our friends is on the way. Okay. You like that? No. If you look up the letter, I think one of our friends is on the way. Okay.
Blaise Taylor is telling the 911 operator that one of Jade's friends is on the way. He hasn't spoken to Nigella Jackson yet, that he already knows she's on the way. I submit to you that call to 911 by Blaise Taylor is because Jade messed up the plan. He knew Nigella was coming. That's why he called.
Oh my God, this is
And
terrible.
even then, after 6 minutes and 9 seconds of Jade Benning's last words on earth, he doesn't even call her immediately. He doesn't call 911 immediately to get her help. He waits 2 minutes and 37 seconds. And then he calls his dad, which that's a 30-second phone call. There was no testimony as to whether or not that call even got answered.
Oh, because they didn't
3 minutes
bring anybody up. So now you want to try to
after
play
call
that?
with Nigella and
Okay.
before he calls 911. There was no cup with any cocaine that was collected in that apartment. There are 3.5 minutes before he calls 911. You do have his statements with Detective Smith. Blaise Taylor, there's no alcohol whatsoever. No. And we both drank the same stuff. And then he's asked if he cleaned up, and no cleanup. He says that Jade cleaned up some. There was some cleanup by her, but he was not cleaning anything in the apartment. And when asked if they went back and got the glasses, if the lab would test positive for anything, and he said, no, it won't. Now, there's at least 2.5 minutes before the 911 call, and that's just the call to his father. There's this time of what's happening. This cup ends up over by the sink. Detective Reese testified that it appeared it had been washed out. The camera, that is after Nigella Jackson moved the camera back to where it normally would have been. This is from 3 days before. This is what the camera would have captured. If someone went over to the kitchen island and did anything to any of the cups, it would have been on that camera. But that camera was not where it normally was. When her friends, thank goodness, went to her apartment to secure it and make sure
Thank goodness.
that evidence was collected. That's where they found the camera. In her bedroom with the blinds up, in a place that would not capture anything that happened to Jade Benning on her bed and anything that happened in the kitchen.
Thank goodness.
You notice the selfies that
That's
they
true.
took
This
for
is so
4
laughable.
minutes while the cocaine
But this is not
clamping
funny.
down on her blood vessels before it could make her heart stop. They were all off to the right, not in that camera angle. The 911 call that happened 3.5 minutes after the call to Nigella ends. Listen to the call and where he is.
February 25, 2023, 21:38 and 58 seconds.
911, what is the location of your emergency? I'm not sure if I'm bouncing back. I'm at a friend's house and I think she's having an allergic reaction. So, what's the answer for photos since there's still your minor? I don't know if there's an apartment complex. Is there a nail with it? With the echo, I'm looking around. I'm looking around. I don't know what's going on. I think she just give me 1 second. Okay, are you on Donald tonight or are you on Lebanon? Yeah, Lebanon. It's apartment 107. What is it? Is it 5040 London Way? I don't know. It's not Burger King. I do know that. I'm going to the apartment building to get the at the condo / apartment. Yeah, so okay, is there alcohol in the corner there, sir? Is there what? Is there alcohol in the corner? I'm not sure. I'm going to the Ontario 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike, the Ontario. 1522? Yes. The Ontario 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike. So the Ontario 1522, she's in apartment 107, and she's having an overdose, is that correct? I don't know, I think she's having a look.
That's where overdose came from.
And pain, and she said she was feeling it, and we went back to the room to check on her.
I'm running back to the room to check on her. He's outside. It might not be that pink cup by the sink. He's had all of this time. He's running around outside. He's not there with Jade. He told the first officer, the second officer, Detective Smith, everybody, she threw up, called my dad. He told me to hang up, call 911. He is running around outside, not even with her.
So would you rather him have sat in there and said, I don't know the address?
And what's the case we disconnected while you gave up there? What's the number case we disconnected? This number right here. And then 877-35738. Yeah. Okay, now this is 23, 24. Okay, is she awake right now?
I don't know how old she is.
And
Come on now.
you think she's having to look at ration of food? I don't know, we got cookies and pasta. I don't know what she's done. If she's done anything today or anything, but everything was fine. And then I don't know what's happened. So we got 6 amount of months that she's checking. So you didn't possibly react to not knowing food, is that correct? I think so, I don't know. Okay. I don't think she's allergic to anything, I don't know. I don't think she is or not. It could be an allergic reaction. So are you next door? Next door, yes, sir? Yeah. Okay, does she hear me breathing normally? Yeah, yeah. Okay, does she have any difficulty swallowing? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Is she more?
It sounds like she's snoring. Dr. Carney explained that that's agonal breathing, that she is very close to full cardiac arrest. Mr. Taylor describes her as being breathing and conscious the entire 911 call.
What would a lay person think is snoring? People snore while they sleep, don't mean they ain't breathing.
If he
But
is
from
giving
50,
any information as it happens, or if he's just describing what's already happened. He calls 911 knowing that Nigea Jackson is on her way and she is going to find Jade Benning pulseless. He called knowing what he gave her. When they found her, she is face down on her bed, her mouth on the comforter with pink vomit that tests positive for cocaine. I submit to you, it doesn't matter what was in the drink. It doesn't matter if there was something else mixed in with it. That doesn't matter. The proven evidence in this case is that Blaise Taylor put whatever it was in Jade Benning's drink. He did it and then stayed for 30 minutes. He did it thinking he would be the only one that would hear her words. He did it thinking you would never hear her words. Jade Benning said, you put something in my drink.
While
you
on the
did
phone
this if
and
something
calling
happened to the baby.
the best friend.
Blaise Taylor is guilty of the first-degree murder
Oh,
of
that's great.
Jade Benning.
This is
He is guilty for the first-degree murder of her unborn baby girl.
you got me out
The
here about to call
proof
this
and
man.
evidence in
Y'all
this
know I don't
case
even do that.
proves that beyond a reasonable doubt. He is guilty of both counts of felony murder because he chose to give her cocaine. He chose to put it in her drink. And he chose to kill both her and her unborn baby girl. And we will ask that you return a verdict of guilty on all 4 counts of the indictment.
Closing argument on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
Tomatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes.
Good morning. Standing here at the end of the trial and trying to put everything together is always, for me, very difficult because the burden is always very heavy. And your jobs are never, it's just never easy. Never easy. But we're here. And one of the things that I want to talk to you about is the words that you guys gave us. Not just me, but the state as well. Not just Mr. Taylor, but Jade's family as well. No matter what happens as a result of this, it is still a tragedy. It is still a very awful incident that occurred. And there is only one question that we have to answer. Is whether or not Blaise Taylor, in your minds and in your opinions, is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. There is only one question or one thing that we will ask of you, that I will ask of you, that Blaise will ask of you, that his family will ask of you. And that is to keep your word. Keep the word that each one of you gave us. And that is that you could follow the law. You cannot, we cannot build a justice system based on emotion, based on sympathy, based on just the mere fact that a tragedy occurred. Every time a loved one leaves this earth, it is sad and it is a tragedy. But that in and of itself cannot drive our justice system. What we cannot do is say, because someone lost their life, that we don't have to follow the law, that we don't have to hold the state to its burden, because otherwise this system collapses. We could talk about the pain that a mother feels when she loses a child. We can talk about a beautiful young lady and her daughter who is no longer with us. And if you're not human, you won't hurt. But if you are human, you will hurt. But that should not play into your decision making. In order for this thing that we call the Constitution to work, you have to set that aside. And that's the word that you gave us. That's the oath you swore to take. There is a burden here.
There you go.
And I bring it up because that's why we're here. I'm not bringing this up as a facade. I'm not doing that. I'm just reminding you what the law is. I'm just reminding you what governs this trial. Every defendant has a Sixth Amendment right to a fair and impartial trial. Every citizen charged with a crime should get a fair and impartial jury trial. And at the end of the day, when those jurors make a decision as to whether or not he is innocent and or guilty, they must use that burden of proof. And they must hold the state to it. What you can't do is say, well, then what happened to him? If he didn't do it, then what happened to him? Well, I don't know. Well, I don't either. Well, then he must be guilty.
There you go.
Because he didn't prove to us that it wasn't him. But remember, we don't have to do that. That's not the burden. They must prove to you what happened to Miss Benning. They must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt what happened that night. Not us, not the defense.
Come on.
So then you ask yourself, well, what happened? If he didn't do it, what happened? You're going to say that a million times because that's just a natural reaction to what we're dealing with.
That was my fear. They were going to go in there and try to solve it.
But remember, as you are going along that journey, deliberating back there, going through the evidence, remember, they must prove it to you.
Oh, her rebuttal.
You cannot ever place that burden on Blaise. You cannot. The minute you do that, that Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial collapses. And once that collapses, the system collapses.
Come on.
And once the system collapses, you have people wrongfully convicted and sitting in jail for a very long time, trying to prove their innocence. And that's not the way it was designed to work. That is not the way our forefathers meant for it to work. So with that being said, let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's get the emotions out the way because I'm getting ready to come with it. Is what she's saying. Let me acknowledge all the emotions, the mother being lost, the young woman being lost. Let me put all this out here because I'm getting ready to get to it. Come on.
Remember, as we came in here on June 22nd, 2026, we dealt with an official finding of undetermined, the manner of death in this case, by the state's own medical examiner. She had the option to choose homicide. She knew the facts. You heard from Dr. Carney way before you did. And she couldn't figure out.
Boom, because you said she was the proof for counts 2 and 4.
She landed on undetermined, and she's still on undetermined. Now you're tasked with whether or not you can take it over the hump and move it to murder beyond a reasonable doubt. I want to talk to you guys first about the facts of this case and what you've learned since you've been here. What I don't want you to do as we take this journey is come into this environment and say to yourselves, I want to live in La La Land. I want everything to be perfect.
That's where they at.
Life isn't perfect. And the older you get, the more you learn that. The older you get, the harder it gets. Trust me when I tell you that. And those of us over the age of 50 can tell you about things that we experience in life that are good, that are ugly, things that we've learned along the way. How we treated people in the past, how we interacted with people in the past, how we respond to people in the past, and how we respond to people now. You learn along the way. But what life isn't is a perfect cookie cutter la la land. That's not life. So let's talk about Blaise and Jade. They met on Hinge. They dated for a little while in terms of, I shouldn't say date, they interacted for a little while, but never really met up. And remember, these are young people. They had casual relationships, not just with each other, but with other people too.
Honey, me and Black.
And it wasn't just Blaise that dated other people. They both dated other people. They were adults. They were consenting. Nobody did anything wrong because everybody agreed that you can date someone else and you could date someone else. We may not want to live our lives that way, but that's the way they chose to live their life. So when you hear the facts about Blaise texting someone else, that was nothing against Jade because she was okay with it.
They had already chosen.
So don't let the state make you think that because he was dating someone else and he texted that other person, that was something nefarious or wrong. It wasn't. He didn't have to hide that. She knew that. Najee told you that. She said it to the police officers. She said they weren't dating like that. They weren't exclusive. So no matter how many times the state tells you that Blaise was texting another woman, there's nothing nefarious about that. And that has nothing to do with whether or not he committed murder. So don't go down that road trap. Stay focused on what you're here to do. And I want to be clear when I tell you that when we are talking about facts, if you remember, in voir dire, I had a slide up, and it had facts and blame. And I asked each one of you, would you be okay if sometimes facts were ugly, but I needed to share that with you so that you could have all the facts to come to a decision? It would be unfair to Blaise if you didn't have all the facts. So don't think that those facts that we're putting before you are there to put blame or shame on anybody, because it's not. But it would be unfair for you not to have all the facts so that you can come to a conclusion, one that makes sense based on the evidence in this case. Because that's how you get to a solid verdict, is because of evidence, not of sympathy, and not of being angry because I want to give you facts. That's all I want to do. So when they're dating in this casual relationship, they knew each other for less than 90 days. That's a fact.
Yeah, you can't be cutting.
They met up in August, and before the end of the month, they were having sex. That's a fact. And they were having sex without a condom. That is a fact. And we know that because otherwise she wouldn't have been pregnant and thought it was Blaise. So when she finds out that she's pregnant, she and her best friend are trying to make a decision about who the father was. Because at that time, she wasn't sure. And we talked about that with Najee. And to me, I think that that is a crucial fact for you to consider. Because if she wasn't sure Blaise was the father of the baby, neither was he. So you would then have to believe that he would kill her and that child, not even knowing if it's his or not.
They never done that DNA test either.
And so she tells him she's pregnant. And he's not happy about it. She is. And that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But Blaise, on the other hand, with only knowing her for 90 days, maybe He's not happy about that. I guarantee you he is not the first human being that in his 20s had a unexpected pregnancy pop up and he's not happy. I guarantee you he is not the only human being who's ever felt that way. And they want you to believe that that's just a horrible fact that would give him motive to kill her and the baby. Most folks in their 20 years, who is in their 20s, who get someone pregnant that they don't know within 90 days, I'm willing to bet at least 50-50, are not happy. That's real life stuff. That's not a nefarious fact. That's just real life stuff. And that's what I'm going to talk to you today about, is real life stuff. Because if you remember, you heard from Nigeria, they were talking about possibly going to Indiana for an abortion. Remember, Nigeria was saying it was 2 weeks, 8 weeks, you better make a decision and make it quick if that's what you want to do. And she said, yeah, I do. I need to make that decision. You heard that testimony. Eventually, she landed on having the baby, which she has every right to do. But somehow, it's okay for her to consider abortion. But it wasn't okay for Blaise to consider it. That's not fair. Don't let them turn that into a nefarious fact that will automatically get you over to murder. They both considered it. It was just her window was shorter than his. And it would be unfair for you to punish him if you don't punish her. So at some point, they talk about it.
Love this.
Apparently, Blaise was still in the position that he was in, even though she had changed her mind. And she, with the strength that obviously she has or had, said, look, I'm not changing my mind. You've made your decision. If you don't want to be part of this baby's life, kick rocks. I'm good. And he said, okay. You don't see after that, because Najee, I asked her those questions. You don't see after that Blaise constantly calling her, trying to convince her to have an abortion, trying to manipulate her into having an abortion, blowing up her phone, smoothing her out. Because if ultimately his plan was going to be to try to kill the baby, it would have made way more sense to do it up front than wait till she's almost 6 months pregnant. Why would you wait until somebody gets 6 months pregnant if that was your plan all along? Remember, she came back in contact with him, with her, December 31st. So he's going to drag it out and let that fetus get 2 months bigger?
Come on.
That don't make sense. He could have done that a whole lot sooner. That would have made sense. That would have been easier. A miscarriage within the first 90 days, that makes sense. Some people don't even tell people they're pregnant for the first 90 days until they're sure that they get past that first trimester. But he'll wait until she's 6 months. So she makes a decision. She says, you go your way, I'll go mine. And he honors that. He honors her wishes. Now, if he was cooking up and stirring up this evil plan, why wouldn't he start the manipulation right off? Najee told you that she liked him.
Want to say we're going to be together to get her buttered up.
She wanted to be with him. So it would have been easy for him to do that. But he didn't. And I think that's a very important fact. Because if you remember that text message that they read, to you, I want to remind you of that text message. This is Jade. Remember, they read this to you. Next time I'm tagging along for the adventure, LOL. Blaise says, LOL, okay. That's if you want, of course. This is Jade, LOL. He says, gotta still have a job first. And second, you probably ain't doing much traveling for a while anymore. When next season rolls around, I don't think you'll be able to just make impromptu trips on the weekends.
And can't.
Considering you'll have other responsibilities.
And can't. And he got to keep.
Not trying to be negative or nothing, but just being realistic. I mean, it would be great if you could, but it's unlikely. What does that mean? That means next time this year, you're going to be a mother. She's 23, 24 years old, 24. You're going to be a young mother. And that comes with a whole lot of responsibilities. So start getting your mind right. And if that's going to be the mother of this child, let me give you a little advice. Men who handle their business,
They
they
home.
want women, the mother of their children, to handle their business
Come on.
so that they can set a good example for the
Can't
child.
sit in the
that
house
they're
with
raising.
your ass and make the money you want.
Don't let the
lifestyle
state turn that
you
into
got to
some
have.
kind of, oh, he was so mean. No, he was telling her the truth. And those of us that are mothers, we know the responsibility it takes to raise a child. There are often times you miss trips because you got to stay home with your child. You don't get to go away like you used to when you're single. You need to start thinking about those things.
Come on.
The lifestyle that you live, hanging out with your friends and drinking and having a good time, that's going to change. And that's what he's telling her. Not to be mean, but to be real. What's wrong with that? Then he goes on to say, or she says, LOL, okay, didn't mean to make it all serious, but yes, responsibilities will be different, but living life will still be happening as well, just living differently. And I understand the realistic thinking of it.
No, you don't.
Well. It's part of the big change, she says. And he says, yeah, especially for you.
Well, just lets me know that maybe she didn't see the type of mother
I
that
remember
Blaise did.
getting pregnant. And my mother said something I'll never forget. It goes a long way. She said, honey, that's going to be your baby.
Mom, what I say,
Because
mom,
it's nothing like a mother with their child.
My grandma always said,
Daddies love their children. Yes, they do. But they don't love them the way the mother does. That mother gets up every morning. That mother got to comb hair. That mother has to get that child out there. And yes, the father should participate as well. But the reality of it is, men don't come close on the daily activities that a mother does with their child.
come on.
That's real. It's probably something he saw every day with his own mother. And she says, of course, wasn't trying to get into a serious talk for us. Sorry. He says, but we don't got to be super serious. I just didn't want to sell false dreams because, yeah, it would be great if you could come on my work trips. But I just feel like it's not realistic from a financial or just a feasible ability to randomly catch a flight and get away for a weekend.
Being a man. And you ain't about to bring on
We're
your
young.
baby with me to work. I got to work.
Money's already tight.
That's what he's telling you.
We
Even though
can't
it's
just
not the
spend
same on both
money
sides, he's letting
on
you know.
getaway trips on the weekend, and this baby is coming.
I'm
And I
getting
can
away.
lie to you,
He's telling you.
or I can keep it real.
I got to work.
Blaise wouldn't have been able to win here. It didn't matter. If he would have sold her a dream and lied to her on here, they would have been telling you that. But now he's keeping it real with her, being honest with her. And now that's wrong too. Would you rather him lie? The man was trying to be honest. The man was trying to be responsible. And somehow that's wrong too.
Also, he did.
It's no big deal. I know you wasn't meaning it that way, but I just didn't want to be like, oh yeah, I'll bring you on the next one next year, knowing that it's probably a lie. She says, totally understand, babes. It's not like it can never happen because I'm having a baby, but realistic, it wouldn't be able to on the fly. Planning out things will always be an option. Life doesn't just stop because of it, though. Laugh out loud.
Yes, it does. That's where you got life fucked up. That shit, who stop?
He says, I hear you, but you can't minimize how much things are going to change for you. You've got to be realistic that things are about to be hella different for you and will change drastically. Your day-to-day life is not going to be the same.
That says right there, change for you, how this is going to change for you. He never, if he had sold her the dream that they were going to be together, even in one message where he said, maybe we can talk about it. He never even said that. Had he said any of that, they would have said, oh, he was trying to butter her up to get close to whatever she was getting ready to drink. He was trying to butter her up to get to her. Now he's telling her off rip. This makes more sense why he's texting Xavier. He didn't told Xavier. She having a baby. That's it. When they get here, we'll find out if it's mine. If it is, I'll do what I got to do. But yeah, your life's about to change because I'm not changed. I'm going to do what I got to do. But your life's going to change. I'm not going to be at your house. You're not moving in with me. He got her. His parents must have had a good talk with him because his mama had to let him know. Don't you tell that girl that you're going to be with her and you not. Don't you act like you might be with her and you not. His parents had a good fucking talking with him to let him know that the last thing you're going to do is give this girl hope. If that's not what you want, don't you do it. You start off taking care of your kid, you stay at your kid, and you leave it at your kid. Don't you ever give this girl any type of false hope because then you're going to be playing with her mind. His parents did a good job letting him know, don't you play with this girl. You did what you did. You didn't have this baby. Don't you play. You make it clear. And do not play. Sound like Jade was the only one. And then, of course, your mom, you're pregnant. Your hormones are off the charts. You get to feeling stuff. Hell, I was crying at everything that I looked at. But I don't think that comes from a regular 20-year-old. That comes from that conversation he had with his parents.
Yeah, life goes on, but it's forever altered and changed in a drastic way. I'm not saying it's over or anything, but it worries me sometimes when you downplay it and act like it's no big deal. And I know you always want to be super optimistic and stuff, but I feel like you need to be honest with yourself about the situation and know what's down the road for you. Now let's back up with that. He says, it worries me sometimes when you downplay it. That means there's something that has gone on in the past that has caused him, with the woman who is potentially going to be the mother of his child, to start having serious conversations with her. Hey man, let's plan this thing out. Start thinking right.
Baby,
so there's something going on there that made him feel like he should have this conversation with her.
Baby, I cried and looked at.
If that's going to be the mother of his child, what's wrong with that?
I meant that shit with my whole heart. I took that whole bag, rolled it up, and threw it in the trash. I didn't want him to go back and get the dress. You hear
And then
me?
he says, I just want to make sure you understand the gravity of the situation and you're preparing for those realities. That's all. She says, I'm not trying to minimize things, and sometimes I can be super optimistic. She's admitting to it about things which can be scary. But I do sit and process that there will be drastic life changes and prepare myself for the tough realities as much as I can that are to come.
This ain't mommy.
I'm not just trying to make it seem like everything is going to be all peaches and cream. I am hearing and understanding everything you are saying. He liked it. And then he says, hey, what time are you going to work? She says around 3. So she wasn't upset about the conversation. And if you remember, Mr. Devlin, when he was testifying about some of the text messages between them, do you remember when she said that it turned her on when he talked serious with her?
He did.
That's what this is. That came out of her mouth. It turns me on when you talk serious to me. Some people like to date people and be with people that motivate them to be their best. People who hold their feet to the fire. Iron sharpens iron. And I always say, I never want to be the smartest person in the room, because how can I get that? So when you're attracted to people who are responsible, and that's who you attach yourself with, you're hoping that it makes you a better person. All of our parents have told us, watch your friends. Watch who you hang out with. Look at the 5 closest people in your life, and you'll see your future. So she wouldn't have said that she's turned on by having serious conversations with him if she wasn't. And so that was the nature of that conversation. Now, there was so much talk about how Blaise just totally disregarded the baby, totally disregarded her pregnancy, as if he was just pushing her off to the side, waiting for the perfect moment to kill her and the child. Because if you notice the tone of that text message conversation, it was talking about the future. Why talk about the future if your plan is to kill her anyway? You wouldn't even have to have those conversations. You could just continue to make her feel peachy and creamy. You don't make plans and you don't try to help the person become more realistic about what it takes to be a mother if it's not your intention for her to be a mother. That doesn't even make sense. So I wanted to show you a few things, because we didn't get to show you everything in the phone, because if you remember when I asked Mr. Devlin, was there a whole lot more in there? He says, yes, we only provided a sample. So some of those text messages were, Blaise told me last night he signed up for monthly subscriptions of diapers from this company, Kudos, LOL. Why would he do that if it was his intention to kill the child? Didn't you ever state at occasion you knew that he and Ms. Benning talked about naming the baby Jim? Do you remember when I asked Najee Jackson that? And she says, yes. I said, well, that would be involved with the baby, wouldn't it? She says, yeah. Because remember, her name is Jade, his name is Blaise, and so they were going to name the baby Jim. That's being involved. It may not have been to the level that she would have wanted it. And I guarantee you yet again, if we're talking about real life, there's a whole lot of women out there who would love for their significant others to be a little bit more involved with the child.
Maybe I know wives that are.
I certainly know that I would. Here, Does Blaise rub your belly? LOL. Sometimes. If he's planning names, buying diaper subscriptions, and rubbing her belly, then what we're really talking about is that he wasn't doing it on the level that maybe
about
she
being serious.
wanted.
She's gonna get turned
It
on.
wasn't that he
She got
wasn't
daddy
doing it
issues.
at all. Let's go now to the day in question, because we know how they met, we know how they dated, we know what the understanding was, we know they both considered abortion at one time, one changed their mind quicker than the other, they got back together, they're having realistic conversations. And remember I told you about before, during, and after. Because no one saw Blaise put cocaine in Jade's drink. Nobody saw that. That's undisputed. Nobody saw Blaise give her alcohol. And we're going to talk about that a little later. Nobody saw that. So what that means is this is a circumstantial case. And in order for you to come to a conclusion that is proper in a circumstantial case, because those are the most dangerous ones, because nobody sees what happened, you have to consider all the surrounding circumstances. Most of the time, the crime is in the cleanup, and I'm sure you've heard that before. So you have your before bucket, your during bucket, and your after. What we do know, and like I said, I'm not doing this to shame anyone, because if I was, I would have a ton of text messages up there about drugs and all kinds of stuff, but I'm not doing that. The only reason I'm sharing this information with you is so that you can have the facts as they really are. So when we talk about before, there was only one person involved with drugs, and it wasn't Blaise. You didn't hear any evidence of Blaise purchasing cocaine, smoking weed, doing mushrooms, getting drunk, drinking alcohol. In fact, it was the exact opposite. The evidence you heard is that Blaise does not drink and does not do drugs. However, what you did hear is that Jade does drink to the point that she gets drunk, and she does drugs. So that's before. Remember, this is circumstantial, so you consider all the facts surrounding it. Jade invites Blaise over. This is important because Blaise didn't know that Jade was going to invite him over that day. He had just seen her the day before. Remember, they had gone to the Waffle House. So there were 2 days before that he was with her, that he could have pulled off the elaborate plan, but he didn't. And so spontaneously, she invites him over again. This is the third day in a row now. And so you see here also, will you be free around 7 o'clock? Yeah, I fell asleep watching Outer Banks, then woke up to gun firing on the show. But yeah, I should be. LMAO, woke up confused, ASF. Okay, I'll have plans for us. You can come dressed, comfy to my house. Okay, sounds good. Sweet, I am getting off now, she says. And that is at 3:50. And he says, how was work? So now this spontaneous plan is 3:50. He has 3 hours to cook up the elaborate plan to kill her. Because remember, he didn't know she was going to ask him to come over that day. So he comes over. When he comes over, it's 7 o'clock, he's there, and then Nigea and Keontae shows up. He didn't know that, right? Now, if all the while it was his plan to kill her that night, you would think that once Keontae and Nigea showed up, if he had any kind of sense, he'll abort the plan. But no, he's brazen. Even though her best friend came over, saw him in the apartment alone with her, almost 6 months pregnant, 25 weeks, I believe the autopsy said, he decides, I'm going to go ahead with the plan and kill her anyway. I know they saw me in here. Doesn't matter. I'm going to do it anyway. And so they eat. Najee and Keontae, they come, they talk, they interact. He invites them to stay. He invites them to stay. Why would you invite them to stay if it's your plan to kill her? So you can have witnesses? No. So they stay, they talk, he's shuffling Uno cards because the murderer who doesn't drink or do drugs plays Uno and then kills pregnant women on his downtime. And then they leave, and then they talk and they dance. They take selfies, and then the call comes. It's 9:29. The first call from Nigeria. And the reason I wanted to lay this out this way was because there's been so much talk about this elaborate cleanup that he must have done. And I wanted you to see that there was no time for that. Because now we're in the during phase. And so 9:29, Nigeria calls, and that call lasts 6 minutes, 9 seconds. That takes us to 9:35 and some change. And I think the interchange between that time and when he calls his father at 9:38 and 12 seconds is about 2 minutes. Now, mind you, Jade is having a medical emergency. All kind of things are going on. She's foaming at the mouth. She's shaking. She sounds like she's snoring. They tell him to get a towel, go wipe her mouth, put her on her side. He's trying to tend to her. But he's being punished for that. And if he wouldn't have tended to her, he would have been punished for that.
Boom, there's the washcloth. I didn't catch that before. There's the washcloth. Remember, we kept trying to figure out where the washcloth came from. So that's why there's a washcloth in the comforter, because he went and got the towel and tried to tend to her. Wow.
But even still, as he is calling, or in the call at 9:29, when Nigeria says that she's saying, you put something in my drink. What did you put in my drink? Do you remember the text message that Nigeria sent as a result of hearing you put something in my drink? Are you talking to me? I want everybody to think about your best friend. And your best friend calls you on the phone. I want you to envision that. And you pick up the phone and you say hello. And they tell you on the other phone, you hear, you're stabbing me. You're shooting me. You're killing me. Are you going to say, are you talking to me? You know they're not talking to you. You're going to say, what's wrong? What's going on over there? Do I need to come get you? Do I need to call 911? That's a natural response. But instead, you send a text saying, are you talking to me? Remember, nobody else heard exactly what was going on that phone call. Nobody, but Najee. So let's look at the facts surrounding that. As much as she says that this was the worst thing she's ever heard, Her friend was in so much danger, so much distress. It was horrible. It was scary. She knew, because she just left there. She knew that he was in that apartment. She was in that apartment alone with the man who was trying to kill her, according to her. But she doesn't call 911. Instead, she calls Keontae, who only met Jade twice. And apparently he gets on the phone. They're talking. At least he says he could hear her trying to talk. So if she's trying to talk, Dr. Ola Sugar told you she has to be breathing in order to do that. Remember, Keontae actually said he did hear her voice. But even with that, as dire straits as Nigea explains that it is, he goes out with his buddies anyway. Think about that. If it was as horrible and dangerous, why would this guy put his clothes on and go on out anyway? And then remember, Nigea immediately after hanging up called Jade's mom and shares with her what she heard, what Jade said. And notwithstanding that, Jade's mom sends Blaise a text and says, oh, the baby's good, the heartbeat is okay. If it was as serious and people believed Nigea or believed in the credibility of her, do you think that Jade's mother would text that man and tell him and give him an update about the baby? Are you gonna text the man who's just been accused of killing your child and give them an update about the baby? Are you gonna do that?
Ooh.
There's something not right about it. But that's what happened. And so right after that phone call, he calls
there you go, Keisha.
On the phone with him for 30 seconds, because that's what he told the police officer, that he talked to his dad, and his dad said, call, son, hang up with me and call 911. What are you doing on the phone with me? He does that, and within 16, so if that call lasted 30 seconds, that takes us to 9:38 and 42 seconds. And at 9:38 and 58 seconds, Blaise is on the phone with 911, and you heard that call. You heard the desperation in his voice. He didn't know the address to give the man. You remember that interchange. So the only way to get the address would be to run to the front to get the address. And if you remember what he says, I want you guys to pay attention to this. He said the address is 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike. Most of the time when people give an address, it's only one numeric value.
He didn't know it.
It makes sense that he ran to the front of the apartment or the condominium complex, because that's the exact address he gave them. So then, after that, I went the wrong way. Then he gets off the phone with 911, and she calls back. So if it was 6 minutes and the 911 call was almost 9 minutes. So that would take him right around to 9:47, and Nigea calls back to Jade's phone. And he answers. He didn't have to answer. It was Jade's phone. He could have said, I was dealing with an emergency, but he picked up the phone and gave her an update, doing the responsible thing. Then after that call lasted about 2 minutes, she says. That takes us to around 9:49. EMS arrives at 9:48. If you look at that slip from the EMS, because you'll have the right to look at the evidence, it's going to show you that EMS arrived about 9:48. And you heard him say, I can hear the sirens. I think I can hear the sirens. And then he goes out and runs to get them. Remember, on the call, the man says, put her on her side. So he did that. Then if you remember, as much as she didn't want to, she told you that Blaise ran out to meet them, at least at the door. So perhaps she rolled over while he was gone. We don't know. But nobody's calling 911 and doing all those things to help, only to put her on the side and try to kill her. So by now, EMS is there. So the time for cleanup is gone. Where was all this time for him to clean up? It's not there, because remember, those selfies was less than 60 seconds before the emergency call. The time just isn't there. So that's during. So when we think about during, there was only one person who called 911. Only one. As sick and as dangerous it was described to be, only one person called 911. Frantic, running to get the address, doing everything that he could do. That's during. Now let's talk about after the investigation. Listen. What's unfair is 3 years later, Blaise is now held responsible to try to prove himself innocent, when one, that's not the law, and two, a lot of the evidence is gone. That's unfair. How can I prove my innocence when Detective Reese said he let the video surveillance camera get erased? How does the lead detective not get that surveillance camera that would have showed Blaise coming and going, Najee and Keontae coming and going? If he really ran to the sign, we would have seen that. If he came there with something in his hand, alcohol and or cocaine, perhaps we would have seen that on the video. If somebody else showed up there that day, perhaps we would have seen that. But they allowed it to get destroyed. Blaise didn't know that. Remember, he didn't get arrested for a year later. If he knew the burden was going to be shifted from what the law was, then maybe he would have done the investigation himself. But he was trusting the police to do the investigation, because that's their job. And we know that she met with the drug dealer that day, albeit it was for Mario or whoever it was for. If this is a drug overdose, I really want y'all to think about this. If this is a drug overdose, why wouldn't the police officer go talk to the drug dealer? If it was a financial crime, you chase the money. How in the world, in a drug crime, you don't bother to speak with the dude who sold her drugs that day, whoever it was for, whether she met up with him or not? That's not for us to have to figure out. But he didn't. So now you don't talk to key witnesses. And there were other drug dealers in her phone too. They didn't call any of them. You let the surveillance video get destroyed that possibly could have exonerated him. But we'll never know that.
Oh, it's more than Danny?
And now he will be punished for it. You let the cup that was supposedly the missing cup, the crime scene investigation team, they didn't see it. It was on the counter. Somehow we missed it. But all along, there was this missing cup that Blaise must have taken, because he cleaned up. We already seen there wasn't time to clean up. And he had taken the cup with it. The whole time, Detective Reese had to tell you, we missed the cup. It was there the whole time. Well, perhaps if Blaise knew one day he would be sitting here facing felony murder charges, he'd have had the cup tested himself. But he can't do that now. And he shouldn't have to do that now, because that's not the law. That was their job. And if it was cocaine in it, they would have known it. But they did take a bunch of glasses. They took all kinds of things from out of their dishwise, and there wasn't anything on it. Anything. And think about this. Remember how they talked about all this cocaine? One thing they cannot get away from is that she had cocaethylene in her system. They can't get as much as they would love to. They told you first it was coming from vanilla extract. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Or two, because of some of the treatment she got at Vanderbilt. There is no treatment at Vanderbilt that leaves you with cocaethylene in your system when cocaine and alcohol come together. That means, think about this, that means that he would have had to put cocaine and alcohol in either her water or her lemonade. And the chefs have sensitive palates. They taste food. That's what they do. They'll taste something and they'll tell you what ingredient is in it because they're trained that way. She didn't taste alcohol or cocaine, neither one of them. And the amount that they're saying that he gave her, does that make sense? How do you do that? How do you put that much cocaine in somebody's drink and alcohol?
If when you pregnant,
They come out saying it
you
tastes.
taste it.
It's
Jeez.
going to taste a whole lot worse than just funny. You're not going to keep drinking it. And according to the state, it was so much that it caused this overdose. So she kept drinking cocaine and alcohol, the chef, and never, ever noticed it. No. So then we go to the fact that Lauren Weber went to the scene. Now remember, police are all through that hospital now because they get to the hospital at 10:12. That's going to be on your sheet. Remember, so that's over an hour or so later. You got Officer Fish, Officer Pfeiffer, Detective Martin. You have all these officers who are now interviewing Najee, interviewing Blaise. And Najee knew it, and I guarantee you, Ms. Burks knew it, Ms. Franklin knew it, and Lauren Weber knew it. And we know they knew it because Officer Fish told you that Ms. Burks was on the phone when she was talking to Ms. Brown. And she said that they told them the detectives are coming that night. But Lauren Weber remembers the significant other of Mario, the one who asked her to go get drugs.
Come on.
The first person in there is Lauren Weber. And she said, don't get lost on it. She said, all I did, I didn't touch anything. I grabbed the keys, blew out a candle, and left. But Officer Reese told you that she said she removed belongings too. And that she looked all throughout it. You can't do both. One of them is not true. Either you went in and grabbed keys and just left, or you went in there and grabbed belongings and looked all throughout it. And if you did that, why lie about it? Just say what it is. Unless you had something to hide. Or unless you went to get something.
There you go. Come on.
And notwithstanding that, now you have detectives on the scene.
If she
And
didn't look
Officer
at Mario,
Fish told you that she told Ms. Burks and Ms. Browning, this scene is on lock. Nobody in, nobody out. But the truth is, nobody should have had to tell you that. Because if he did it and you think he did it, you want to leave that scene just the way it is, because he may have made a mistake. And I want those officers to be able to catch that mistake. I don't want to touch it. Jade doesn't need to go back there that night. She's in the hospital. We're going to lock this thing down because we're going to catch him. I know he would have made a mistake. They went in there and they removed evidence and they manipulated evidence by moving it from here to here. Why would you do that? And they said, oh, well, the officer gave us permission. And then you remember Detective Martin getting on the stand? And then he said, oh, I may have given them permission. And Mr. Joyner said, well, didn't you send me an email yesterday saying that you didn't? What changed? Oh, well, this morning when I got here, things changed. Okay. Don't allow that to happen. That's not right. Because what detective would tell a woman and 3 young girls, y'all go do the investigating for me, let me know when you're done and what you come up with? That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. And then you had the only other eyewitness, the only other person in that house. He should be just as important as Nigel.
All right, Ms. Holland, you need to be wrapping up your argument.
And Detective Reese, yes, sir. Detective Reese said, I like to bring people in to talk. But I didn't bother to have Keontae came down. I just called him on the phone. And Keontae wouldn't tell you the truth about his theft conviction. And he told you, because he didn't talk to anybody there that night, even though he went there. Why not? He said they didn't have security. There it is right there. Why didn't he talk? I don't have a lot of time left, so I'm going to go through it quickly.
You don't have any time left.
Ma'am, at 5 minutes? Yes, sir.
You got 1 minute.
I've given you the investigation. That's the towel he took. I got 60 seconds. I'm going to do my best. That's the towel he took. That's where he got it from. If he was cleaning up, he would have fixed those towels, but he didn't. That's the surveillance video. That's that missing cup. It was sitting there the entire time. No one in, no one out. That's the V8 bottle. It wasn't in there. You see the lemonade, you don't see the V8. And on those other pictures, you don't see it either. So that's the communication log. Cocaethylene is in the system. You're going to have the reports. It's there, and it was there in the vomit. And all of these doctors told you that. And the autopsy report at the end of the day, don't forget what I've shared with you. At the end of the day, even the medical examiner can't come to a conclusion. And with all these surrounding circumstances, how can you?
And you know who better run
I told you that when you get back there, you're going to be tired and it's going to be long. And you promised me that you would not let anyone change your convictions of what you believe, no matter how long it takes. Because you said if they can't make a decision in the most important affairs of your life, that you wouldn't let them do it for Blaise. I thank you so much for your patience and for being here. And the Taylor family does as well. I won't get back up here and make another argument because we don't have the burden, they do. So when you get back there, you make the argument for me. Thank you.
in 60 seconds. That's what you get. That's what the fuck you get.
Yes, Your Honor. Hollins went back and forth between whether or not Blaise Taylor even thought he was the father of this child. She said that Jade Jackson said she wasn't sure. You heard the testimony. I submit to you that Nigella said she was sure. It's just he wasn't involved. And she was saying that at the hospital because he was telling the people at the hospital that he loved Jade more than her. And she was, that was.
He didn't say love, he said care.
That's what she testified to about whether or not.
And she said care more than me.
All of the officers, he's just the father. He's not involved. But Ms. Hollins argued to you that he wasn't the father, but then she also wants you to consider a text message where Jade is telling her mom that he signed up for a diaper service. You can't have it both ways. Also, Blaise Taylor told people he was the father of her baby. He told Keontae, Nigella, the people at Vanderbilt. He told the police officers. Now, when he calls 911, he's with a friend. But when the police come, that is his girlfriend. He is absolutely committed. And the text messages with Xavier Winford absolutely were not submitted for any purpose of saying somehow Mr. Taylor was a bad person because he was seeing more than one woman. It was for that very purpose.
Yes, you were.
He had someone that he loved, that he was telling, I love you. But also the rest of that thread is that something's happening, but everything's going to work out for them. But it's very much against what he told the police that Jade Benning was his girlfriend. His interactions with her, it wasn't I love you. She also wasn't going to admit he's the father of the child, but yet wants to say that they picked out the baby's name together. Well, Jade Jackson testified about that, and she was very specific that.
So you too are only one Nigella.
Jade suggested, and he agreed. He didn't disagree with it. But you also heard testimony that Jade's unborn baby girl's name is Ivy. She, just to clarify, I don't know where the Lauren Weber Mario connection came from. I submit to you that the evidence that you heard was that Mario texted Jade. Jade texted Danny. Danny wasn't in town. No one met up. Lauren Weber was not involved in that. Lauren Weber went to the apartment.
Bitch, use a lie. Bitch, use a lie. Because if Big Unc texts anybody, if Big Unc texts my friend to have my friend do something for that, you think I don't know about Big Unc about to make that text to my friend? I knew from that nose just keep on growing. Just look at it, pointing right at the jury. Pinocchio.
And her testimony was that it seemed too clean. And she told the officers that. That was the first thing she said to them. She went in and it was so weird to her that she took 2 pictures and she locked the apartment. I submit whatever happened within the police department for officers to not go there that night and seize that scene, absolutely. That is a mistake. That should have happened and it did not happen, but it doesn't change anything. Thank God for Jade's family and friends that they were not happy because nothing was happening and it needed to happen. And
thank God for her
they took
family.
care of it. There was nothing that was disturbed. Now, Mr. Taylor in the cleanup, he did not put the camera back. And they put the camera back where it would be, where it would face the door. not knowing if he could come back in because the police aren't there. Ms. Hollins also argued that somehow if he wanted to kill the baby, that he wouldn't be wanting updates from Jade's mom. Jade's mom's updating him because nobody knows yet about the cocaine. That first drug screen in the hospital, it was negative. Nobody knows what's happened.
I don't have to wait for no damn drug screen to come back negative if the whole time before I even drove all the way from Arkansas to Tennessee, you telling me that this man did something to my baby. If I get there and you've told me that and my baby really ain't breathing and my baby is on life support and I get there and you tell me that urine sample is negative, I'm gonna tell you, bitch, take another one. Get the fuck out of here.
She referenced the cause of death with Dr. Carney. Not the cause of death, the manner of death with Dr. Carney. And she put the report up, and it very, very clearly states that there's a suspicion for homicide because it's possible that she ingested the cocaine without her knowledge. Someone gave it to her. But Dr. Carney's determination has nothing to do with yours. Your determination is reviewing all of the evidence to determine what proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If she determined it was a homicide, you could not consider her determination for your decision. That is for the death certificate. Ms. Holland's arguments to you about Blaise Taylor. We wish we had the surveillance video. Yes, it would be much better if we had the surveillance video, but not to exculpate him. It would show him going in and out. How long was he out there before he went back inside on 911?
To show you the truth of what happened that night, not to make anybody guilty or innocent, you dumb heifer.
Jade Benning pulseless the way he saw her being carried out by the EMTs. There is nothing about that that undoes the proof in this case. She argued that the chef.
Let me tell you something. If I was Blaise, if they say not guilty, I would sue this heifer. I would sue the police department. I would sue that hospital. I would sue every doctor that got their ass up there and perpetuated this shit.
Those are the facts. Ms. Holland's entire argument is asking you to ignore the testimony that again was unimpeached by Nigella Jackson, that Jade Benning said all of these things.
Because nobody else heard it.
She said them to him. It's only the two of them in the apartment. He says it's only the two of them. He says Jade was talking to me. Her arguments to you are asking you to not only ignore everything that Jade Benning said, but it's to ignore that if for some reason it was true and Jade Benning ingested the cocaine herself to kill herself and her baby, and then called her best friend and said these things to Blaise Taylor, and Blaise Taylor never tells anyone what she said. Her baby. He doesn't when he sees Nigella say, "Oh my God, what happened? She said these things. I didn't do anything. We have to figure out what's going on."
Or it wasn't said, bitch. Or it wasn't the fuck said.
Absolutely not true. He didn't tell anyone what Jade said. And when Detective Smith asked him if Nigella would have any reason to make up these accusations, he didn't even say she was making it up. He said,
Come on.
She
If I'm
says
trying
she
to kill
shot
you, am I
him.
going to let you use your phone to call anybody?
With Jade. There is no explanation because Jade Benning said these things. It is the proof and evidence in this case. Jade Benning named her murderer and the murderer of her baby, and she told you why. The state does not have to prove the why, but Jade Benning told you why. And I submit to you that the evidence in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Blaise Taylor is guilty of all 4 counts of the indictment. Thank you.
Baby, if somebody don't bust her over the head with something, I know something. I know something.
Members of the jury, count 1 and 2 of the indictment in this case charge the defendant Blaise Taylor with the offense of first-degree premeditated murder. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, and criminally negligent homicide. Counts 3 and 4 of the indictment in this case charge the defendant Blaise Taylor with the offense of first-degree murder during the commission of a felony. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, and criminally negligent homicide. The indictment of this case is a formal written accusation charging the defendant with these crimes. It is not evidence against the defendant. It does not create any inference of guilt. To this indictment, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. The evidence and arguments in this case have been completed, and it's my duty now to instruct you as to the law. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. At times during the trial, I've ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions, nor any other remarks which I've made do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdict should be. Statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statements were made that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not speculate as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection, and you must assume that the answer would be of no value to you in your deliberations. You must not consider for any purpose any offer of evidence that was rejected or any evidence that was stricken out by the court. Such matter is to be treated as though you had never known it. You must never speculate to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. Sometimes in the trial of a criminal case, when a defendant is charged with a crime or crimes, this crime or crimes include lesser included offenses. The law permits the jury to find the accused guilty of the lesser included offense, which is included in the crime charged in the indictment, whenever a course of conduct is consistent with the facts found by the jury from the evidence in the case and when the law is given in the instructions of the court. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding this case. You should consider all the evidence in light of your own observations and experience in life. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charges against him. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial, and it is not overcome unless from all the evidence in the case you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The court will now instruct you as to the law applicable to all counts of the indictment. First, I will set forth the laws applicable to the crimes charged in the indictment. Finally, I will describe for you the deliberation process. Counts 1 and 2, first-degree premeditated murder. Any person who commits the first-degree premeditated murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim as to count 1, Jade Benning, as to count 2, the unborn female child of Jade Benning, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. And 3, that the killing was premeditated. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exist in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time he allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. Any alleged victim includes a human embryo or fetus at any stage of gestation in utero. Second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim as to count 1, Jade Benning, as to count 2, the unborn female child of Jade Benning, and that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Voluntary manslaughter. Any person who commits voluntary manslaughter is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim as to count 1, Jade Benning, as to count 2, the unborn female child of Jade Benning, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly, and 3, that the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner.
We have no
The
idea what
distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a
beyond
state of
all
passion
reasonable doubt.
produced by adequate provocation sufficient to
No,
lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. The definitions of intentionally and knowingly, which apply to this offense, have been previously explained to you in these instructions on page 6, and you should refer to those definitions as they apply to this instruction. Reckless homicide. Any person who commits the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant killed the alleged victim as to count 1, Jade Benning, as to count 2, the unborn female child of Jade Benning, and 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. Criminally negligent homicide. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of the alleged victim as to count 1, Jade Benning, as to count 2, the unborn female child of Jade Benning, and 2, that the defendant acted with criminal negligence. Criminal negligence means that a person acts with criminal negligence when the person ought to be aware of such a nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. Counts 3 and 4, first-degree murder during the commission of a felony. Any person who commits first-degree murder during the commission of a felony is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim as to count 3, Jade Benning, as to count 4, the unborn female child of Jade Benning, and 2, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate an alleged first-degree premeditated murder. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged first-degree premeditated murder and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event. And 3, that the defendant intended to commit the alleged first-degree premeditated murder. For the defendant to have been found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, the state would have had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the essential elements of first-degree premeditated murder, which have been previously set out on page 5 of these instructions, and you should refer to those instructions as they apply to this offense. The intent to commit the underlying felony must exist prior to or concurrent with the commission of the act causing the death of the victim. Proof that such intent to commit the underlying felony existed before or concurrent with the act of killing is a question of fact to be decided by the jury after consideration of all the facts and circumstances. Consideration of such factors as time, place, and causation is helpful in determining whether a killing was committed in the perpetration of the alleged first-degree murder. The killing may precede, coincide with, or follow the first-degree premeditated murder and still be considered as occurring in the perpetration of the first-degree murder, so long as there is a connection in time, place, and continuity of action. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to the result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Any alleged victim includes a human embryo or fetus at any stage of gestation in utero. Second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim as to count 1, as to count 3, Jade Benning, and as to count 4, the unborn female child of Jade Benning, and 2, that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established that if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Voluntary manslaughter. Any person who commits voluntary manslaughter is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, as to count 3, Jade Benning, as to count 4, the unborn female child of Jade Benning, 2, that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly, and 3, that the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. The definitions of intentionally and knowingly which apply to this offense have been previously explained to you in these instructions on page 6, and you should refer to those definitions as they apply to this instruction. Reckless homicide. Any person who commits the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant killed the alleged victim, as to count 3, Jade Benning, as to count 4, the unborn female child of Jade Benning, and 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. The definition of recklessly has been previously defined to you in these instructions, and you should refer to that definition as it applies to this instruction. Criminally negligent homicide. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of the alleged victim, as to count 3, Jade Benning, as to count 4, the unborn female child of Jade Benning, and 2, that the defendant acted with criminal negligence. The definition of criminal negligence has been previously defined to you in these instructions, and you should refer to that definition as it applies to this instruction. When you begin your deliberations on the indictment, you must first deliberate on the indicted or charged offense. If you find the defendant guilty of the indicted offense, you may stop your deliberations as to the remaining charges within that count of the indictment. If you find the defendant not guilty of the indicted offense, or you have a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty of the indicted offense and next consider the lesser included offenses as set out in your verdict form. You must first deliberate on the greater offense and reach a verdict as to the greater offense before you move on to the next lesser included offense. If you reach a verdict as to the guilt of the defendant as to a greater offense, you may stop your deliberations as to that specific count. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as to counts 1, 2, 3, or 4, then it shall be your duty after a separate sentencing hearing to determine whether the defendant will be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or life in prison, but you will not consider punishment for this offense at this time. I noticed that some of the jurors appear to be making notes during the trial of this case. Please bear in mind that these are your notes and for your use alone. The taking of notes is simply an aid to memory, and the jury must understand that they are to recall the testimony and to use the notes only as an aid to memory. And any juror who takes notes will use those notes only for that juror's assistance in that regard and not as an authoritative thing to show others. The crime charged in each count of the indictment is a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each charge separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any or all of the offenses charged. Your finding as to each crime charged must be stated in your verdict. The court charges you that if you're satisfied from the whole proof in the case beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Blaise Taylor, committed the crime charged against him, and you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he has been identified as the person who committed the crime charged, then it would be your duty to convict him. On the other hand, if you are not satisfied with the identity from the proof, or you have a reasonable doubt as to whether he has been identified from the whole body of proof in this case, then you should return a verdict of not guilty. During the trial, you heard expert testimony of Dr. Michael Olashoga and Dr. Kelly Larkin, who is described to us as an expert in the field of emergency room medicine, Detective Tom Miller, who is described to us as an expert of the field of digital forensics, Dr. Aaron Carney, who is described to us as an expert in the field of forensic pathology, Dr. Carrie Midthen, who is described to us as an expert in the field of forensic toxicology, Eric Devlin, who is described to us as an expert in the field of digital forensics, Nicole Dowell, who's described to us as an expert in the field of forensic science drug identification, Dr. Alex Koltulski, who is described to us as an expert in the field of forensic pathology, Dr. Melissa Giguere, who is described to us as an expert in the field of forensic toxicology, and Dr. Janice Lindsay, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic toxicology. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact and issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state their opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for their testimony. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept this opinion. The same as with any other witness. It is up to you to decide whether you believe this testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You're to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Direct evidence is defined as evidence which proves the existence of the fact in issue without inference or presumption. Direct evidence may consist of testimony of a person who has perceived by the means of his or her senses the existence of a fact sought to be proved or disproved. Circumstantial evidence consists of proof of collateral facts and circumstances which do not directly prove the fact in issue, but from which that fact may be logically inferred. It is evidence that proves one or more facts from which you find or infer the existence of some other fact or facts. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which give you clues about what happened in an indirect way. It consists of all the evidence which is not direct evidence. An inference is a reasoned, logical decision to find that a disputed fact exists on the basis of another fact. You should consider all the evidence that is presented in this trial direct and circumstantial. The law makes no distinction between the weight that you should give either direct or circumstantial evidence. It is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence. You are the exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given their testimony. If there are conflicts in the testimony of the different witnesses, you must reconcile them if you can without hastily or rashly concluding that any witness has sworn falsely. For the law presumes that all witnesses are truthful. In forming your opinion as to the credibility of a witness, you may look to the proof, if any, of the witness's reputation for truth and veracity, the intelligence and respectability of the witness, his or her interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the trial, his or her feelings, his or her apparent fairness or bias, his or her means of knowledge, the reasonableness of his or her statements, his or her appearance and demeanor while testifying, his or her contradictory statements as to material matters, if any, are shown, and all the evidence in the case tending to corroborate or to contradict him or her. A witness may be impeached by proving that he or she has made material statements out of court which are at variance with his or her evidence on the witness stand. However, proof of such prior inconsistent statements may be considered by you only for the purpose of testing the witness's credibility and not as substantive evidence of the truth of the matter asserted in such statements. Further, a witness may be impeached by a careful cross-examination involving the witness in contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable statements. However, immaterial discrepancies or differences in the statements of witnesses do not affect their credibility unless it should plainly appear that some witness has willfully testified falsely. When a witness is thus impeached, the jury has the right to disregard his or her evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it is corroborated by other credible testimony or by the facts and circumstances proved in the trial. If from the evidence presented you find that a witness has been convicted of a prior crime, you can consider such only for the purpose of its effect, if any, on his credibility as a witness. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness, but you should place no significance on this fact. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden is on the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. He is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Tape recordings were allowed in evidence, and you were provided with a document purporting to be a transcript of the audio tape. This document was provided to you to assist in your listening to the audio. If from your listening to the tape you find discrepancies or inaccuracies between the transcript and the tape itself, you should rely upon your understanding of the tape and disregard those portions of the transcript you find to be inaccurate. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crime charged, that the crime, if in fact committed, was committed by this defendant in Davidson County, and that it was committed before the finding and return of the indictment in this case. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. If you find that the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find him guilty. In that event, your foreperson will report that you find the defendant guilty and name the offense according to your previous instructions. On the other hand, if you find that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of the defendant, or if you have a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. In that event, your foreperson will report that you find the defendant not guilty. You will be provided with a form for all possible verdicts in this case. For each count, the jury will check the appropriate verdict on the form, and your foreperson will sign the verdict form. The verdict form which you receive reads as follows. Verdict form. We, the jury, find the defendant Blaise Taylor, count 1, first-degree premeditated murder, and count 1 and 2, the verdict forms is the same. Choose 1. Guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, or guilty of second-degree murder, or guilty of voluntary manslaughter, or guilty of reckless homicide, or guilty of criminally negligent homicide, or not guilty. Count 3 and 4, the verdict forms are the same and read as follows. Count 3 and 4, first-degree felony murder during the commission of a felony. Choose 1. Guilty of first-degree felony murder during the commission of a felony, or guilty of second-degree murder, or guilty of voluntary manslaughter, or guilty of reckless homicide, or guilty of criminally negligent homicide, or not guilty. There's a signature line for the foreperson and a line for the date. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict, you will return to this courtroom and your foreperson will announce it. You must not imagine that the court has any opinion in regard to the facts. It is your duty to find them and have attempted to read this charge so as to define to you the law without indicating any opinion about the facts whatsoever. Members of the jury, the indictment in this case is herewith handed to you together with the charge and the exhibits in this case. You may now retire and consider your verdict. And let me swear in the court officer. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury committed to your charge, keep them separate and apart from all citizens, allow no one to communicate with them or communicate with them yourselves on the subject of the trial? Sorry, let the lawyer step up just a moment. Regular jurors, if our 4 alternates, I'll speak to you in just a moment, can stand right there against the wall there. The other 12 of you, if you'll step down the hall, we'll get these items to you.
Mia, you could be right, but the crazy thing is, all we know for sure is that we can absolutely say guilty or not guilty. But there's so much doubt that we up here thinking we can prove he innocent. That's the problem.
The alternates, obviously, the court never knows whether we'll need someone to substitute into the deliberation process or not. Would have expected a week ago, Monday last week, that we probably would, but we didn't. So I appreciate your service. You'll be discharged from this case. We'll shred your notes for you, and you can step out with the court office. All right, we'll be in recess.
Go to the recess.
All right, so we are in Denver. Then got my ass again. I don't have no remotes. Hold on, let me turn my Apple. Oh God, Denver steals everybody's remotes. Roku remotes be gone, and he have a collection of them, buddy. I hate that he figured out these remotes work for all the TVs. Dang, blasted. I'll just use my phone. I'm going to use my phone to bring up the verdict clock on the TV so we don't miss anything. Who are these people? You don't try to put your head down, Uncle Fester. Hold on. I'm trying to look these TVs on. Remember what I did. All right. So, really quickly, let me get up our clock. Let me get us back live too, because I think we are, what, about 12 minutes behind. So let's get that back live on the computer. Let's go to, oops, I didn't press the wrong, oh Lord, I didn't turn the TV in the damn bedroom. Sorry, babe. He might not be in there. Okay. All right, we on the right. Office TV. I only need this one up. All right. So we have our verdict clock up of 12 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. And real quick. Oh no, keep going. We will go over to this hearing. That happened yesterday. Okay, guys. So I believe this hearing is only like an hour long. But we will watch this particular hearing because this trial is supposed to be in August. Should be a very big historic trial, an epic trial, but I don't know how this will be received by folks since this is like 30 years after the fact. Now, I can't imagine that this will be Nevada. I cannot. Hi, Denver. How are you? Good. What's up? Just good. Okay. But I can't imagine that this would not be an epic trial. Yeah, it's been about 30 years, friend. what was it, 96? So it was Dallas, and Dallas actually was, I got up this morning at 5, went and did my walk, came back, and when I came back in, Dallas was up with water, just talking. So he is feeling way better. So we'll see how everything goes. He went through yesterday. He had what did he have? He started with applesauce, then he quickly moved to waffles. He went from waffles to back to his Doritos. He had some cereal. But we didn't force him to like eat any one thing. Yesterday he drank lots of water. We did finally allow him to have like some V8 splash last night, and then this morning he woke up, got his own bottle of water, walked around. He was watching TV. He was very up and at it. Fell back asleep for a few minutes, and he obviously just woke back up. And Big Unc just came in here and said was super excited because Big Unc been about sleeping with him, so. He's good to go. He's good to go. Now on the screen, I know it was 30 years ago. I was a huge fan. I actually was the person that cried when he passed away. Family, huge fans. Still got all his music. Still got the actual two-part CD. I know nothing to play it on though, but. This right here, this bald head man, and I'm sure we're going to have to pull up old things, is Keefe D. Keefe D is the uncle of the alleged shooter of Tupac Shakur on that fateful night on the Strip, headed to the club. Now, we'll do a real brief synopsis. Why is the uncle of the shooter here? Here we go. Keefe D was in the actual car that they all hopped in the car, saw Tupac and Suge driving. They hop in the car, they follow them, wait till some girls holler at them while they're not paying attention, pull up beside them, and his nephew allegedly pops into the car, hitting Tupac multiple times. And then there was one that grazed Suge Knight's head. What has transpired in between there is the dumbest shit known in captivity. Now, Orlando, I can't think of his last name, but the nephew was always suspected. Orlando was also the one in that infamous casino video where Tupac beats the hell out of him and they jump him because he allegedly took the necklace of one of the people in Tupac's camp, had the nerve to show up at the Tyson fight. While he's at the fight, Tupac sees him, they ID him, Orlando Jones, and then Tupac runs up on him with a crowd behind him, and Tupac runs into him. Okay, and so we see on the casino, there's that infamous video where Tupac and his friends are beating up Orlando. Remember, that was the start of the problems for Suge Knight because Suge Knight, I believe, got a probation violation for being a part of that fight. Now, allegedly, Orlando was pissed about that, and they already had previous knowledge. Keefe D was some sort of shot caller high up in whatever he was doing, and they already had knowledge, according to Keefe D, allegedly, that Sean Diddy Combs was paying for Tupac to be taken out of here. Allegedly, there was some sort of meeting. A number was discussed and payment was coordinated. Not given, but these are the logistics of what will happen if somebody takes him out. So now you went out. We know there's a price on your head. We was entertaining that anyway. But then you go and lay hands on Orlando. So Orlando, like, I do it for the love of the game because we finna take him out. So they go ahead, allegedly hunt down Tupac, and they take him out of here. Now, all these years, nobody's ever able to find it. There's all this speculation that Diddy or Biggie had something to do with it. There's speculation because, with the previous unaliving attempt on Tupac at Quad Studios, where
Diddy and Biggie were actually there recording, Tupac felt like they set him up. And we know that he was not quiet about that. We know that he made lots of songs about that. We know that moment turned him into a troll that would be bigger than any Julio or Fulio could hope to be. And because he constantly made mention of this, a lot of people chose sides as to who might have taken up Tupac. In the worst business decision ever, Biggie's side, Sean Diddy Combs, they decide to drop a record that was made prior to Tupac being hit in Quad Studios. They dropped the song called Who Shot Ya? Tupac took that as a confession from Biggie and that side, and that started a rap war that was in print, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Okay. So once that happens, we know Tupac is in a situation. He's paranoid. He's lashing out. He is making some of the best troll music of our lives. He has cussed people out and went on rants in ways that are still being played on Tupac on TikTok today. And he basically went on a rant that said, F you, F them, F this, F you, and F you too. And he meant every word of it. And the song went all the way platinum, and it's still platinum. It's probably more than that at this point. What happens is Hit 'Em Up is my shit. Now, what happens is in the process of all this, within a year or so of Tupac passing, Orlando is unalived in a shooting. Okay. So there's no people suspect that Orlando did this to Tupac, but there's nobody to actually corroborate this. We know that there was a detective that was hell-bent on proving who did what, and he was trying to tie Diddy to this, and he worked on this so much so he worked on this through it and ended up divorced and with a heart attack and a loss of his badge because he wouldn't stop. There was suspicions that there was LAPD involved. There were suspicions that other higher ups were involved, and it just went to a place that was just astronomical. And honestly, all of the things that were ever said about how this happened to Tupac really didn't resonate with people until 50 Cent dropped this Surviving Diddy documentary. And I say that because all of the things that were said in that documentary have been said and said and said again, but this time it was who was the messenger. The people that are saying and confirming the things about Diddy and his involvement with Tupac are now the right people to say it. In the meantime, goofball here, scoopball here, Keefe D, Dwayne Keefe D, okay? Dwayne here, the uncle, ends up in a situation. And with that situation, to help it go away, he actually ends up saying, hey, you got me. I might have did some shit. This is what I'm going to do. I'll do a proffer. I'll have a proffer with the state, with the police department. And after that proffer, you leave me alone. And he did. And he allegedly went into that room and told everything, who was all in the car, that his nephew did it. And all of these things were said about what was supposed to happen, how much money they were supposed to get paid, who the money was supposed to come from, who it was supposed to come through, when they were supposed to get the rest. And then after all of that, he never got paid. Or the person that was supposed to get the money claimed they never got the money, but Diddy swore up and down that he gave the money, allegedly, according to Keefe D. So they never actually got the last payment. Somehow, according to both sides, it may have gotten lost with the middleman. Now, in between all of that, Keefe D got old and stupid. The best thing about a proffer is that in a proffer agreement, you get to say everything incriminating, and as long as it doesn't leave that room, they'll never come after you again about it. But guess what Keefe D did? Oh, Keefe D got old, and then he wrote a book about it. They didn't say nothing to him about the book. Then he started going to Vlad TV and doing interviews about it. Oh, he talked to anybody that would listen to him when he hit about 50. I don't know if he thought it was so long I don't know if he thought maybe they just not going to do nothing about it. I already gave him all the information. But what he did was talked about what happened in that proffer meeting so much that we know who killed Tupac. So he talked so damn much that they arrested his ass. He told everything that happened in the proffer as if the proffer only gave him immunity in that damn on room, and he knew that. He was silent about it for a very long time, and then he just started I guess I should make some money off of this. So he put his book out, he did all those interviews for pay, but he also talked a lot around the time where 50 Cent was kind of teasing that he was going to tell this stuff about Diddy. And I don't know if he just wanted a piece of the pie. I don't know what possessed him to do so, or maybe he just couldn't take it no more. I don't know. But whatever it was, he opened his mouth. He talked about the proffer one time was enough, but he talked about the proffer about 22 many fucking times. And now he is claiming that he has all these health issues and all this other stuff. And the courts are saying, we're going to keep going. Now, I got a little scared because he was supposed to go to court, or his trial was actually supposed to start during Diddy's trial, and they delayed it to August. So I didn't know if they were getting ready to try to implicate Diddy in this, or what it was going to do. But now we finally made it. 30 years later, we are having a trial for Tupac, and they had a hearing yesterday. Woo! Definitely not all the information, but we get the gist of it. So that's why the uncle of the shooter is actually the person being charged with Tupac's unaliving, because he participated in Tupac's unaliving, he went back on his proffer agreement. Here we go.
We're on for
Okay.
motions. Let's start with the motion to sequester the jury. Mr. Stamp, did you want to be heard any further on that motion?
I mean, it's an unusual request in this jurisdiction with regards to sequestering any jury, but due to the level of media attention that we have on it, the fear and the danger is that the individuals go home at night and listen to commentary, maybe not directly, but through family members, something along those lines. So we're always concerned about that. That's why we're talking.
I think sequestration worked pretty well when not everyone had a phone, but did absolutely everything in their lives attached to them. I don't know how we could separate the jury.
I'm about to say, you got the OJ jury.
We have to take them essentially to accomplish the goals of sequestration that you're laying out. Additionally, if we did that, then they'd be alone in a hotel room, no phones, away from their daily routines, probably watching TV, which would then have coverage. So my concern is that sequestration might actually not resolve any of the issues that we have. But I do understand the concerns while jurors are in the building, that there may be communication with people, so we could do some sort of like partial sequestration while they're in the building, going kind of to the back for lunches and things like that.
And we have talked about it with the state that if, a full, how do you pronounce it, sequestration?
Yeah.
If that's not going to be granted, that yes, absolutely, maybe accommodating jurors through the back elevators so they're not in the hallways coming up towards the courthouse would be a way to sort of protect them while they're in and out of the building.
Yeah.
And maybe have lunch forums in the jury room type thing. The other thing I was going to
We've
raise.
reached out to another department that did that in a case, I think, last year, and so to get some guidelines on how that worked.
Yeah, that was going to be our position as to, we've done a lot of high profiles and that's it. It's like a daily sequestration for things to go home at night.
Yeah.
The only other thing I was going to suggest is, as it relates to jury selection, once we go through some of the hardships and all that other stuff, it may be best in this particular case to do individual sequestered voir of the jurors themselves, so that when one juror discusses their knowledge of it, we don't have to deal with that situation. I don't know if the court wants to address that after you ask who here has heard about this case, or if you want to just do it up front and make that decision.
So I think very valid concerns. I think we can talk about maybe how we're going to handle that, but I do think it makes sense maybe when people raise their hand that they've talked about it, to take those people individually and see if how much they've heard about it, instead, without affecting the rest of the jury with their knowledge. So it might be sequestered for kind of that answer. I don't know. I'll take some suggestions from parties, but what are your thoughts on that, Mr. Sam?
I had dinner last night with a professor from BYU who's 73 years old, and he heard of Tupac. which once again, I would have bet no, but 30 years ago, he was 40. So it makes sense that when you were 40, but so I think we're going to get the same problem. Everyone at some point will raise their hand because they're going to be familiar with something to do with this particular trial, whether it's his music, whether it's, you know, some of the other individuals that would be named by the state as potential witnesses in this case, that they would have knowledge about that. So I think we cross that bridge when we get there.
Sure. I anticipate larger panels than usual, multiple days of large panels, and probably a lot of people that maybe ultimately cannot be fair in the situation and are excused because of their either knowledge or interest in the case, or, you know, some sort of issue with that. But I think we're all kind of aware of it. It seems like you've got some thoughts as well.
I think it's just because of the nature of this case. I think we're all on high alert as to how this case is going to proceed forward. That would give us a fair and impartial jury, right? So I think we're all on the same page as to that particular intention. It's now just a matter of how we're going to make that happen. So,
Yeah.
you know, having a jury of 100 potential people on a panel and individually by hearing them might be a problem just because of the time issues here and constraints. I don't know what the court's position would be on that.
Sure. We won't be able to ask them their cookies.
It's one of the best questions ever asked by a defense jury.
Anyway, I think what I see doing is when people raise their hands that they've heard about it, we'll ask that question individually, but not the entire voir dire, because I think, you know, as I've seen, you pick a jury, you pick a jury. There's a lot of building that goes on the other questions, but the questions about the victim, if people know them, or if people know this situation, I think need to be outside the presence. I agree with everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So denied in part, or denied as to full sequestration, granted in part as to a partial sequestration, which we can all work out a little closer to do. The next motion that I have on calendar would be the motion to suppress.
Your Honor, due to the fact that we filed a very lengthy motion to suppress this matter, I'm going to rely on my notes. And might I just let the court know, I don't know the last time I've done this voluntarily, so be in front of the court like this. But I think the issue here that we have with regards to what we filed is that the statements that were made by Mr. Davis in 2008 and 2009, we're arguing here that it's not an issue of immunity, which was covered before by previous counsel. This is an issue now as to voluntariness.
Right, and I did see that in the opposition. They were kind of arguing, this is what I think that Mr. Shampoo arguing, but it seemed like you were focusing on voluntariness, because that's what you want to really focus on.
Right, because those are the things that have now been developed during our review of the discovery in the matter.
Okay.
And what we're talking specifically about are interviews that were conducted of people that were either present during the interviews with Mr. Davis in 2008 and or 2009. And with regards to Detective Moggs' efforts afterwards in terms of his interviews with people and what they believed to be something that they couldn't get into because of their knowledge of what was going on during that time period.
Okay, so then when we're talking voluntariness, first we're saying Miranda doesn't exist, or is this a custodial interrogation, and then we're moving into kind of the common factors.
Correct. Now, I think, and I want to make sure in terms of the motion that was filed by the state, the issue I think that we have here is that the position the state I think is taking is like, hey, because Mr. Davis allegedly lied, that somehow the proffer does not cover. He does not have the benefit of the protection of the proffer because of the fact that allegedly he's lied in this matter. The issue that we have with that is that, first of all, we cite to Rogers v. Richmond, which is 365 U.S. 534. And this is on pages 543 to 544, that in essence, the Supreme Court has mentioned that, hey, the trial judge should focus on the question of whether or not the behavior of law enforcement officers was such to overbear a defendant's will to resist and bring about confessions not freely determined, and not necessarily because of the fact that they're, whether he lied or not. The idea behind it is that when an individual goes forward, he's in a room, he's with law enforcement, does he lie or not? It sort of doesn't matter. That's not the analysis here that was offered in Rogers. In addition to that, with regards to inconsistent statements or defenses, we can offer inconsistent defenses, which is, we cite here to Matthews v. U.S., and this is 485, U.S. 58, as well as U.S. v. Dema. And what I mean by that is that, we have due process requires us as defense to have a meaningful opportunity to present every available defense, even if defenses tend to be contradictory to one another. And that happens all the time in cases where you say, well, we don't think he was here, but if he was here, he was acting in self-defense, something along those lines. And I think the court can understand that issue. To me, the other part of the problem here is the idea that, hey, we waive the privilege because we voluntarily disclosed. The state points out NRS 4949385 to talk specifically about this idea of privileges and so forth. But the problem is that the privileges aren't applicable in this particular case. It's not a privilege in terms of, say, attorney and client. This is an individual who's in a room with other people. And so with regards to the analysis under NRS 49.385, it's an inapplicable argument because it doesn't apply to this particular scenario and fact base. In fact, I think the interesting thing about this case for everyone that's concerned is that there's a lot of ideas here that may end up being things of first impression. I mean, trying to find case law that fits and provides some type of direction on this particular issue it's not out there. There's no case on point. There's no issue with regard to the Supreme Court, the United States or Nevada that really sort of lent any type of real direction to the court to follow. I think at the end of the day, one of the things here is comparing what they're arguing to Diaz versus 8th Judicial District Court, which is 116 Nevada 88. The Nevada Supreme Court held that the waiver statute does not apply privilege in that particular case with regard to news shield statutes. And that was a case in which a journalist does not have to waive any rights or privileges by publication if they do publish. And so as a result, we're also arguing that it's the only direction that we have right now with regards to how the Nevada Supreme Court has viewed that particular issue. No Nevada Supreme Court or US Supreme Court cases directly address the proffer issue with regard to a promise or inducement to render a confession involuntary. The voluntariness of confession is determined by the totality of circumstances. I cite to Arizona v. Fulminante, which is 499 US 279. And I'm going to quote to it. It says, a defendant's confession is like no other evidence. It is probably the most probative and damaging evidence that could be admitted against them. And if it is a full confession, a jury may be tempted to rely on it alone in reaching its decision, while some statements by a defendant may concern isolated aspects of the crime or may be incriminating only when linked to other evidence. A full confession, in which the defendant discloses the motive for and means of the crime, may tempt the jury to rely upon that evidence alone in reaching its decision. There should be a huge red flag of extreme caution to the court with regards to admitting that kind of information from 2008, 2009. And that is, once again, Arizona v. Fulminante 499 US 279. We have a situation here where it's a 30-year-old case, it's a multi-jurisdictional case. There's a lot of things that were done in secret, and it's messy. The question is, at the end of the day, whose fault is that? Obviously, we're not law enforcement, we're the defense. Mr. Davis is a citizen wandering around in his life doing his thing. And in the meantime, as this is happening behind the scenes and under the table and in the water, there is movement, planning, things that are happening, discussions that are taking place to try to figure out, okay, how do we resolve this issue? And the problem is that if we keep Mr. Davis as someone that's responsible for this, for the messiness of this case, for that kind of thing, I think we have a huge issue because I don't think it's his responsibility. We focus a little bit on this idea of during the course of the time that he's meeting with these people is that they threaten him. I don't know if the court received the thumb drives with the audio. Did you get a chance to review it? Okay. We gave that to the state as well. But with regards to the communication that's happening during this time period, it's pretty clear that Mr. Davis is being threatened. There's an understanding here during the time period that while he's in.
Are you referring to the Los Angeles or the Las Vegas? Or second?
So the 2008 would be the proffer that did not include Las Vegas Metropolitan Police. The 2009 is the meeting that Las Vegas
had come down.
So when you're talking about threats, are you referring to Detective Keating in 2008?
This would be the 2008.
Okay.
And Detective Keating is the one who mentions that, who talks specifically about it. And so let me just go through that part as well. The idea of Detective Keating, I think, is another problem. Now, Detective Keating, according to what the state has filed in their opposition, is that he's a private citizen, which I don't know. Maybe that was a mistype. It's pretty clear, Detective. You give me a look. Is that because?
No, you're fine.
I think at the end of the day that the idea of Detective Keating being a private citizen and somehow, and once again, this is in their motion. This is page 18. They say the following: Nevada exercised no coercive police activity against defendant in connection to the 2008 proffer. No Nevada officer interrogated him. No Nevada officer threatened him. No Nevada officer made any promise to him. The Keating assurance came from a federal task force detective operating under a federal proffer arrangement to which Nevada was not a party. Connolly, which is the case that we cite here, that they cite, forecloses the defense's claim regardless of how the Basama factor analysis is framed, because the constitutional predicate for finding of involuntariness is entirely absent from this record. The only violation of his agreement was not by the government, but by a private citizen. And the only private citizen that we know that actually disclosed what happened in the 2008 meeting prior to a publication of a book or an interview done on a podcast or a series was Detective Keating. And so in essence, if that's what we're talking about here, maybe what they're saying is something else. But to me, the idea of a private citizen, if that's referring back to Detective Keating or anybody else for that matter, I think that that's erroneous. The law with regards to hack, which is what the state has relied on in their opposition. It's under the Second Circuit. It's 884 F3rd 400. It's not binding legal authority. Now, it is still distinguishable in this case because even though Hack, the defendant in that case, was not in custody, detectives advised them of his Miranda. If you look at our case as a whole in totality, there's no proof at all. There's no recording. There's no discussion about Mr. Davis ever being Mirandized prior to giving any statement at all.
He's free to leave.
See, but that's the problem with the analysis in terms of him being free to leave. If the analysis is he could have just walked in and said, hey guys, and then do whatever, walk out, sure.
But then it wouldn't have helped with his other situations. So
Correct. So now you have that problem of, hey, you leave, we're just going to arrest you on a drug charge, and we're going to arrest all your entire family, we're going to arrest everyone that's involved in this, and then now here you are. So, was he free to leave? No.
All right, but he's also got his attorney, which, as we know from, law and order, it's the second thing they say, that you have the right to remain silent, and you have the right to an attorney. He has that attorney there, so it's not really this naive babe wood who can be overcome by these coercive techniques of the officers.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, once again, look, I could have been sitting next to Mr. Davis back in 2008, and if I know at that particular point what's on the table is, if you leave the room, we're going to arrest you for drugs. What's my advice to my client? I mean, to me, at that particular point, it's like, hey, man, you got to do what's best for you and your family. You choose your path and where you want to go. And so as a result, once again, is that custodial? I think it is, because in essence, he cannot leave because the threat is, you leave, we charge you and your entire family for drugs. That would be our position on that. Now, in addition to that, the other case that was cited by the state is Colorado v. Conley, which is 107 Supreme Court 515. The Supreme Court there held that, first of all, number one, a coercive police activity is a necessary predicate to determine whether a confession is not voluntary. Two, that the statements made by the defendant when he approached police and stated he wanted to confess to a murder and then did so after receiving his Miranda could be admitted without violation of due process because of his mental health. And then three, whether or not the state bears the burden of proof in a motion to suppress a statement already obtained by violation of the Miranda doctrine, the state only needs to provide proof waiver by a preponderance of the evidence. Now, the idea behind that one is that it still doesn't fit the fact pattern in this case. That's why we're going back to the first problem, which is there's no precedence. There's nothing here to sort of say, hey, we have a framework, we have a previous situation that we can sort of use as direction in this particular case. In addition to that is that, in Conley, for instance, Miranda still was given. So even though it may have been late, even though the defendant in that case sort of admitted to the crime 5 minutes before being Mirandized, Miranda was a big part of the court's analysis in that particular case as well. So yes, even though client might be sitting next to attorney in the middle of a meeting, the process of the Miranda still takes place. There is still an advisement of the person that, hey, we're going to have a conversation here, and it might be against your interests. Now, is it up to the defense attorney to lean over? By the way, hey, you got a right to remain silent. No, it's the responsibility of the law enforcement officers in that room to give that announcement to the client, which in this case didn't happen. And it goes back again to this idea of just being sort of like,
Well, he's not their client. He's the client of their attorney.
oh, no, I'm sorry. Maybe I rephrased that wrong, but they're in there specifically for one purpose and intention. There should have been at least the idea of a Miranda. I don't know if that's this or not, but so on YouTube, I get a lot of YouTube reviews now. One of the YouTube things I look at, for some reason, the algorithms give me this, is police arrests for some reason. And every single time, they will immediately default back to the Miranda. Why? Because they need to cover that basis. Even if it's premature, whatever the case is, they want to make sure that whatever's going to happen here does not violate that Miranda right. And I think in this particular regard, you had some very educated people in that room. You had FBI, you had DEA, you had Compton Police, you had LAPD, you had a United States attorney allegedly in that room as well. And those people should have at least pointed out, say, hey, just to cover all of our bases, let's just make sure this happened. And it didn't happen.
And in your research, you have not been able to find a similar situation where this situation.
Here's the best part about this. Yes, and here's the best part about this. At the end of the day, this is going to be a case that more than likely will be whatever is going to happen at the end of the day. This will be sort of that case. It will end up being the case in which the extent of how Miranda is used and the idea of when someone's
Or won't. So we have to make this decision what this trial looks like.
Oh, of course, absolutely. But I'm just saying at the end of the day, with regards to this particular question would be the driving question here. If it does end up having to be revisited by an appellate court in the future.
Sure.
I just think that when we have a situation where you have multiple times MOG interviewing different people and everyone agreeing that, hey, yeah, we can't touch this, we can't get into this, we can't discuss this. Kading in the interview of this 2008 interrupts and says basically to Mr. Davis, what is said right here cannot be used against you, Keefe. Nothing you say today can be used against you, so don't even worry about it. And this is in a room with all these other detectives and people that at least at some point somebody should have said, I don't know, we're going to run into a problem. Nothing like that happens in this case. We also identify in the recording as well, that it was a discussion here with Detective Long. And his idea of this is like, he said, this is like an informal meeting. He's trying to get information. This is Higgins talking to the defendant. Now, once again, would I have said something like that? But people are telling my client, hey, this is not a big deal. We just want to get information. Then Long says in his discussion directly with Davis, you understand that? All I want to gather is some information. I have absolutely no intent of arresting you today. When things are happening here and then all of a sudden it's clear on the recording that Mr. Davis is uncomfortable with the line of questioning and he wants to have a conversation, for some reason, we still have the recording take place as there's a confidential conversation between the attorney and his client. But in that, Mr. Davis asks the question, can I talk to D-Boy, meaning to Dupree? Detective Long steps out, and then Dupree says, hey, yeah, you know what? Whatever you told us, it will stay consistent with what you told us. And then he basically says, look, I need for it to stay with it, meaning I need to stay with what the agreement was. Everyone is under this impression. And the problem is, though, this is coming from interviews conducted with these officers after the fact. When Davis later says, I thought, I said whatever I tell them. The problem is, though, is that it's pretty clear that Mr. Davis is not comfortable with with being in the situation. He's not clear as to what's going on. And the question then is asked, is it the defense attorney's fault Or is it the law enforcement officers who should be saying, hey, I want to make sure we're clear here, Mirandize this man, or inform, let him know what's going on with this case. When you listen to the recordings again, it says, over and over again, it's like, the question is it confidential covered, right? Yeah, and they said you cannot be charged on it. There's conversations between Mr. Davis and his attorney. Later on, when Detective Mogg interviews, he says that, that Detective Dan Long came down to the area and is speaking with Mr. Kading. He said, Dan Long came down and interviewed Davis under this proffer, so none of this stuff can I use in any way, shape, or form. So Detective Mogg at some point starts saying, okay, I also can't use any of this stuff. And it's not like he's getting a lot of pushback from anybody. Kading responds in his interview with Mogg and says, with the proffer, everyone understood it was a proffer agreement. Everyone understood it was a proffer. He says this was a verbal agreement between Higgins, who is now dead, and Tim Seawright, who was the United States attorney that was present in that meeting. 4 investigators sat in on the multiple proffer sessions or interviews with his attorney, with Davis's attorney, and everybody understood it to be a proffer. The Mogg continues to ask questions, and it's clear that Mogg's understanding of what's going on is based upon the idea when he later says, and this is in the recording again between Mogg and Detective Kading, everyone thought initially this was a written proffer agreement, but now it's even more afraid than anything I could have imagined. There's no way, because they can bring that into court and that would get suppressed. That's Detective Mogg talking to Detective Kading. Detective Kading responds to that statement and says, from a prosecution standpoint, you kind of go into this knowing the proffer would be suppressed. Anyways, just on the nature, that's the purpose of a proffer, is to not use it. So even if they suppressed it, I wouldn't imagine they're going to try to use it anyways. And then Detective Mogg responds and says, my whole thing is to try and put the whole case together without any of the information that could even have been remotely connected to the proffer, to which Kading responds with a agreed. Now, one of the questions I think that's been asked here is, why would he give a proffer? Why would Mr. Davis have this conversation? Detective Kading explains it to Detective Mogg and says, the beginning of this whole thing with Davis and how we're trying to set him up was, we developed Dirt Rog as an informant. We began buying kilos in PCP until we could meet the threshold that the United States Attorney wanted for a minimum mandatory sentencing. We wanted to get as much leverage as we could, which would have been a life case for narcotics based upon his prior convictions. And so that's what we did. We just started to work up the dope case and got to the threshold that Tim Seawright, once again, the United States Attorney, wanted, and then approached Key PD and said, here's the deal. I don't know how that's involuntary. When you have Detective Kading, who's present, who's there, who's meeting and having a very private conversation with Detective Mogg and is explaining things the way he recalls it, that's not voluntary.
So that's 2008.
Yes.
Another statement, 2009.
Yes, I'll get to the 2009, Your Honor. This is like a 40-page motion that,
40 pages? You're just gonna read to me?
I'm just billing per the hour, and so I think every page is at least 5 hours.
You can do whatever you want. I'm just curious as to, I completely understand. Like, listen, you're saying, you hear the beginning of the statement. Law enforcement says, this isn't gonna be used against you in any way. And now they're saying, listen, let the jury hear it. I get that. I get how the difficulty there. Now we're in 2009. We're into this, and that's a situation. I know Las Vegas doesn't have necessarily any proffers contract between two parties, and Vegas isn't one of the parties. So it's a contract that doesn't necessarily exist with that involvement. However, now we're talking about 2009. How do we get there?
So I think the problem is that when you look at it from the viewpoint of, did Compton and LAPD really hate Las Vegas Metro to the point where they just weren't going to disclose any of this information? That they wouldn't have said, hey, we met with this man. This man is saying that he knew some information about the murder of Tupac Shakur. And as a result, this is what's going on. That somehow they just kept all of that from Metro. I don't know. Because to me, the inaction of what happens next is the problem. 2008, there's no movement by the Clark County District Attorney's Office, which would indicate to me one or two things. Either they didn't know about the proffer, or an alternative, they knew about the proffer and chose not to do anything about it because of what you're seeing now from all these different people that Detective Mogg had interviewed. And that is, it's a proffer, we're going to stay away from it. Now, here's the thing. Say it's the second problem. And the second problem is they weren't notified. 2009 comes along, and what happens? Las Vegas Metro goes and interviews with Mr. Davis. They are no longer in the position where they can say, hey, we didn't know anything about this. They're meeting with Mr. Davis. They sit down with him. He gives his statement. He answers their questions, and they leave. What happens after that in terms of the Clark County District Attorney's Office? Nothing. If there was this discussion or this agreement that, hey, guys, that was your agreement. The proffer was between your parties, between the state of California and the federal government and Compton and LAPD. That would have worked for 2008. But what happens in 2009? So to me, when you hear what these attorneys or these investigators and detectives are talking about, is that there was an understanding that, hey, that covered it. Now, why would a detective go down and speak with this individual in 2009? To ask questions and clean up the file, to follow up on loose leads, to figure out where everyone was at or do whatever the case was in this particular case. That's why you would do it. Not to go down there and see if you can arrest the guy, but rather to say, hey, you know what? He's got the information. Let's finish up this file. To me, the 2009, Mogg is the one who really talks and really sort of indicates this. He says, he told Detective Ladd, we even sent a detective out here in 2009 who interviewed Davis with his attorney, and the LA detectives told me that, yeah, everybody was under the impression that was still under this proffer, so I can't use any of it. What does that mean? Detective Mogg takes over the case in 2017. He knew about this particular person going down and meeting with Mr. Davis in 2009. And even he believed at that particular point that the proffer still covered whatever the interview was between Detective Long and my client. So that's the 2009 issue. Once again, we just believe that the statements made at the time of the meeting 2008 and 2009 were involuntary. It's not a matter of this immunity issue. I think it goes more fundamental to that. And that is, when you're given a statement like this, you're forced into a position because you're afraid of the consequences of saying no. And the consequences of what was happening here wasn't necessarily because Mr. Davis was afraid for himself, but rather the threats that were made against his family and his friends that was built up over time. Detective Kading agreed to that and said, yeah, we built up this case and we got him to a position. Now, when he's talking about building up to the sentencing guidelines, in the federal system, there are mandatory minimum sentences, and you have to accumulate over time. There's an objection you can make as a defense attorney. It's called sentencing enhancement. You basically wait until the amounts that are accumulating gets to a mandatory minimum 10 years, whatever the case is. That's what he's talking about. So they literally just sat and waited, and they just accumulated more and more information until they got Mr. Davis in a position where he was afraid, like I said, not only just for himself, but for his family. And that's our position with regards to the 2008 and 2009. I hope I did my motion justice. But with regards to the last issue, and that is the Compton, the book. What's interesting about the discovery that we received in this case is that we received an interview that Detective Mogg, I guess it's Mr. Mogg now, had done just recently. I don't want to say it was in the last 4 weeks, 5 weeks, something like that, where the individual that's named in the book next to Keefe D or Dwayne Davis, Keefe D is what is on the cover of the book, is this person named Yusuf. The interesting thing about that is because Detective Mogg, for some reason, never made an effort to interview this person prior to submitting this case to the grand jury in 2023. Which you would think is sort of common practice. It's sort of commonsensical. It's what you would do because you got a name on a book, and then you also got another name as somebody who also wrote the book. And as a result, you've got two different people on there. Why not interview both people before reading the book into the record? Because it's not like he testified and said, this is what I do, and the book was part of it. He read excerpts of the book as if it was the gospel truth into the record on the grand jury. And so our position is that in this particular case is that, look, he finally goes and meets with the other writer, but the writer is not giving him the information that he wants. He's not saying, hey, you know, I just received whatever Mr. Davis sent to me on an email. I just put it in the book. Whenever I did something wrong, he would correct me. It's not that conversation at all. What the conversation is about is like, hey, you know what? It's this idea that, hey, in the book, he sort of made it up. And I'm not talking about Mr. Davis. I'm talking about this other person named Yusuf. So to me,
Well, I mean, doesn't that disregard every single promotion of that book by your client?
you know, the problem with the promotions are,
Yeah.
you don't raise your hand to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth when you give your promotion. You don't sit there at, you know, in BET in the middle of this, 6-part documentary and you say, you know what, I'm going to tell the truth today. Now, you do expect to tell the truth. And what people do expect is that when you're questioned by law enforcement, that you are telling the truth when you're being asked questions about some investigation, right? There's an inference there that you are going to tell the truth there. But to a documentary and a promotion of a book, to me, the problem with the analysis is on some levels that we're putting way too much credence and value and weight on statements that are made for entertainment purposes only. Not a confession to a priest, not a confession to a police officer, but rather to promote a book, to sell a product. And that's where we're at with it.
I think you used a really interesting word when you said the weight to give this, right? I mean, I don't know that there's necessarily a legal basis to keep this out, to keep the book out entirely, or admissibility. I think all of your arguments that you've argued about Mr. Ja and how this book was written and how it was composed, maybe go to weight. What weight the jury should assign it as opposed to a legal admissibility issue.
Yes, Sean.
Okay.
And I think ultimately, just with regards to the motion, we do label out other parts of it, and just to get to the point at the end, once again, I think we have a huge problem here if we're going to say, look, his words in 2008, 2009, even based upon what these other detectives were saying that were present, people who understood what was going on during that time period, this was a proper, all those things, I think on some level, all of a sudden now the state wants to say, well, we weren't party to that, but you were party in 2009. And on top of it too, it's law enforcement. I don't understand how that wouldn't be a thing with regard to each state honoring the efforts of other law enforcement with regard to their investigation, even if it's about the same thing. Maybe that's another issue that will go up on appeal, and that would be a different issue that would be decided with regards to new case law. I don't know. I just know at the end of the day, what we have here is we have an individual that gave an involuntary confession, who gave an involuntary statement because he was threatened. It's clear from the record, it's clear from the interviews with these previous detectives that was the issue, especially from Detective Katie, and as a result, we will be asking the court to suppress the 2008 and 2009 interviews and the book.
Okay. Turning to the state. It's the voluntariness argument. I think the voluntariness framework is what was really raised here. And I think the issue is sort of morphed into that of essentially when you're told this will never be used against you, that's very coercive, and that's essentially renders it involuntary. But that really only essentially applied to the 2008. Did you want to be heard about all of the issues that Mr. Sanchez brought up?
Yeah, and just briefly, because obviously the book is admissible in a number of adopted admissions, but I also think they're taking a lot of liberties with what the author said about the book. But the book is central to almost every other argument.
So you start with the book and work backwards.
Yes. If you notice, and I don't know if the court's read the entire book, we've given
I read these
segments of it before. And maybe we should supply the court an entire copy of the book, because you'll have a better understanding of all of the facts that are discussed within that book. and how the trial will proceed and questions. We were actually going to file a motion in limine on what portions of the book the court is going to admit or not admit, although it becomes really interesting when a defendant is going to disclaim authorship of the book. We should be able to establish every fact he says in there, but there are some very prejudicial things that he says within there that are true, but maybe more prejudicial than appropriate. But that being said, this issue is right now, the authentication, I guess, is the really what they're arguing. And obviously, as the court notes, he adopted it by admission, whether he wrote it or not. So to me, the 2009 aspect, or sorry, the 2018 book, 19 book, really isn't in dispute here. The court's already sort of assessed the 2009 one, and I know that Mr. Sam said, well, what did the DAs know or not know back in 2009, and that should somehow be held against us. But the court, in the motion for immunity, reviewed, I didn't put Dan Long's affidavit, but also I did put Detective Mogg's affidavit in here. In 2009, nobody from Las Vegas could understand the circumstances of that situation. And look, I don't know if you need me to address police officers aren't lawyers, but clearly police officers aren't lawyers, but might there have been a reason for Detective Mogg to have investigated this case without ever reviewing the 2009 case statement? The grand jury presentment being done without the 2009 statement, because at the time, we still didn't know what the circumstances were, and ultimately, we now do know what the circumstances are. And the only thing that matters is what Mr. Davis understood when he was in that room. And the only person who knows the situation in that room as to exactly the legal consequences of his conversation is the guy who negotiated the agreement with the federal government in 2008, Wayne Higgins. And if you read the transcript, you will see that Mr. Davis makes no inculpatory admission sufficient to charge him with a conspiracy in the crime. And when Detective Long begins to ask him questions about that, Mr. Davis asks to have a meeting. And I know Mr. Sam said, I don't know why they were still recording, but there's still a cop in the room while that conversation is going on. So it's not a privileged communication. And what the lawyer tells him is, hey, you gotta be a little fuzzy on some of these facts because that guy out there wants to put a case on you. He can arrest you for murder. So you can't be telling him specifics. And Detective Dupree says, but you can't lie because that'll vitiate your agreement with the federal government. And so Davis makes the decision to talk to Dan Long. Now, why he made that decision or not isn't the issue. The issue that they're raising is voluntariness. He's not in custody. No promise has been made to him concerning that statement, and he clearly understands that the statements being made against him are going to subject him to a criminal prosecution for murder, and he's being told that by his lawyer. So 2009 is obviously admissible. Now you get to 2008. And look, your initial gut reaction from the content of the conversation in 2008 is this shouldn't be admissible. But then you ask yourself legally, why isn't it admissible? So, voluntariness.
My knee-jerk reaction is because Detective Hayden goes out and says, this won't ever be used against you in any way, Keefe.
Correct.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make the statement involuntary unless the promise is broken, and then there is still an analysis. And
let's talk about the broken promise.
Yes.
Because that's a bit of a,
Right.
an interesting needle you're trying to thread here.
And I was going to get to that,
Okay.
right? And it's because Mr. Samt asked, why didn't we do anything in 2009? Well, we also didn't do anything in 2011 when Mr. Detective Kading, former Detective Kading, writes this book, right? We didn't use it against Mr. Davis in 2011 or when the tape is released later on that year to the documentary done by Mike Dorsey. That statement is, the We didn't go, oh, we're gonna run down here, we're gonna arrest you, we're gonna use the 2008 statement. That didn't happen either. But from a legal analysis, his argument is it's involuntary, Judge, not that a promise was broken in a contract. He's arguing that it's involuntary, that essentially saying that there was some sort of coercion to him. He got arrested and was subject to prosecution for a life sentence from the federal government for PCP and a kilo of cocaine. He is also subject to prosecution by the LA County District Attorney's Office for PCP and a kilo of cocaine. And he's a third strike in California, so he's looking at a life sentence. And as he explains in his book, as you've read, he has to make a decision as to whether or not I want to talk to these guys or I want to fight the charges, and I knew they had me on the charges. So he explains in his book the voluntariness of his decision to have this conversation. And at the time, the police actually think he's responsible for the Christopher Wallace murder. They are not there to interview him about Tupac. It's during that first meeting that he tells them, hey, I know something about Tupac. And then there is the second meeting that there is a recording of from December of 2018. That may be covered by some agreement between the federal government, the LAPD, and Mr. Davis, to which he can, by contract law, hold them liable for. The fact that Greg Kading, and that's why I say as a private citizen, later on released it to the public, is something that agreed to everybody who does this for a living, is something that just is it seems unfair to utilize it against them. Would you agree? And I think everybody in 2011 felt that way as well. But now you have to look at what the factual scenario is now. Imagine, if you will, that a defendant goes into a police station and he gives a statement to the police that gets suppressed, that's highly detailed about his involvement in a murder. And the court suppresses it. And the defendant walks outside the door and says, everything I said to the police is absolutely true, but because the police screwed up, the statement is suppressed against me. Wouldn't we be able to charge him with everything he told the police was true, and then use the statement to establish the context of everything I told the police was true? 100% we would. And so in 2019, when the defendant decides himself to write a book where he describes a factual scenario all the way through conversations he had with his lawyer, all the way through the decision making that went on in his mind, all the way through the fact that he gave a truthful statement, and then all the way through the fact that he is so mad at Greg Kading for doing him dirty and by releasing it and demanding consequences for him. At that point, when he says I told them the truth, it's the same as the defendant who walked outside the door with an inadmissible statement. Whether or not it's admissible in 2011 is irrelevant to your analysis. He adopts it in 2019 in a book. He himself adopts it. Yeah, we put some waiver arguments in there and everything else, and their position on the book is it's fiction. So we should be entitled to establish what he said in that book is true. He did wind up meeting with his lawyer. The cops did go to his garage and explain to him, hey, we've got you on all these. Your brother Kevin, we got him on it. The other person that they mentioned that he got, everything he says in that book is 100% true. And then he does go down to his lawyer's office, and the court can't possibly find that a proffer situation is inherently involuntary. You'd be saying every proffer is inherently involuntary. What you're saying is that there was not a promise followed, but we're not relying upon Greg Kading's releasing of this information in any way, shape, or form. Had Mr. Davis never opened his mouth, had he never decided to take money and go on BET and talk about this situation, had he decided to never write the book, he would not probably have ever been prosecuted for the crime. But once he decides to write that book in 2019 and describe this situation, we are entitled to prove up what he's saying is true, including what he says about the facts, the Lakewood Mall incident, the MGM incident, the shooting incident, the aftermath. Everything in there is now admissible because he chose to release it to the public. He chose to profit off of it. And therefore, whether or not Greg Kading violated the promise when he was a private citizen, it didn't change his agreement with the federal government. He becomes a confidential informant in March of 2009. He does these trips. None of that is covered by any sort of proffer agreement. What he's doing is what the court knows, and I know Mr. Sanf knows in federal court, he's trying to provide substantial assistance to law enforcement because he can either get a no prosecution on his PCP or his cocaine, or he can get a 5K departure on whatever sentence he ultimately gets from any prosecution that occurs from it. He's not promised no prosecution for the PCP within that proffer that you see. Tim Seawright says, I only gave him a proffer letter for one occasion. We're willing to accept that multiple proffers are acceptable. But at the end of the day, nothing about what Greg Kading did retroactively makes this an involuntary statement.
How do you intend to use the 2001 proffer?
I intend to establish the factual scenarios that he provides in his book. And what he says is, you know, my lawyer told me not to lie, so I didn't lie. And I told them the whole truth about Tupac. I had nothing to do with Biggie. And then I had planned to actually play the recording of him saying exactly what happened, which is consistent with 2009, and then consistent with there's been no motion to exclude the fact of a proffer, nor the fact that he becomes a confidential informant, he flies to New York, he meets with Zip, which corroborates the fact that he knows Zip. There's a conversation where he tries to set Zip up on a drug deal. All of that, none of that's covered by the proffer in any way. The sole issue for the court is somehow Detective Kading in 2011, when he's a private citizen and decides to make money off something that was a confidential document of the task force, is released. But that fact is irrelevant to the analysis of the court on admissibility, particularly since in 2019, the defendant describes the entire situation himself, and he does to a certain extent in 2017 on those recordings with BET.
Okay. Mr. Stamps, anything further?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple of things just in response. I think the court's first initial impression upon reading and seeing the evidence that's been presented to the court is the right. It does shock the conscience on some level when you have openly a discussion with a detective who says, yeah, we promised him we were going to prosecute him. And all of a sudden here we are now arguing and saying either we're not privy to that, we're not party to that, or in the alternative that my client sort of waived some type of protection, which doesn't make any sense to me either. I think it shocks the conscience. It's one of those things where you look back and take a step back and go, what? Like, you promised a man this and then you turn around and do this later. The other part of it too is, once again, going back to this idea of voluntary confessions under Arizona v. Fulminante. It's extreme caution. There's a danger here that if we do something like this, give this information to the jury, that they will turn around and say, well, it's we just have his confession. His lawyer sitting next to him. He, had every opportunity to talk to his lawyer, blah, 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 blah. But what we have instead is we don't have Miranda, we don't have any of the other things that would signal to Mr. Davis at the time that he's making the statements, that this is not one of those things where you just, frolicking through the tulips and at the end of the day, he's going to be okay. We are now in a position where we're saying, like, we want the confession to come in. The problem with the confession, once again, is it sort of puts us in a bad spot. Now, the question that the court might have in your mind is, what's the alternative? Well, the alternative is there's other evidence that the state has that they're going to present to say that, he's the guy that's there and he's the guy that's in the car and whatever it is they want to use. But with regard to this particular request, this doesn't knock the case out. All it does is it says, hey, this is too prejudicial. The probative value of the 2008 is far exceeded by the prejudicial effect in this case. And if we look at it from that viewpoint, we stay away from it. We don't get involved in it. We don't try to trace in the middle. We don't clean up the mess that was made by other people in 2008. What we do instead, we say, look, we're going to move that off to the side. Let the jury consider all the other evidence in the case to make their decision at the end of the day as to whether or not the state's met its burden beyond bail. And so as a result, like I said, I think we have to have extreme caution with regard to the statements that were made in 2008. And I think it would be, the most prudent position would be to exclude the 2008, 2009 statement.
All right, starting backwards. I think really no question on Compton Street Ledger book. I find that as admissible under NRS 51.035 subsection 3. It's clear that Mr. Davis adopted the statements therein as his own through publication, promotion, and subsequent ratification. In his interview to Vlad TV, he promotes this book as his book. He encourages people to buy it to get the real truth and not from the law enforcement or industry people. He also repeatedly says it's something like the whole truth of the situation. So he's indicated to a reporter also on 10/21/23 that he wrote the book to let people know his truth. He's adopted its contents under NRS 51.035 subsection 3B. And then ultimately, when you look at the entirety of Mr. Shah's interview, it supports that the factual content from the book was from Mr. Davis, and that Mr. Davis ultimately also got the manuscript and made no edits to the description of the murder that's relevant for today. Ultimately, the arguments regarding what Mr. Shah's contributions to the book are, et cetera, goes to weight, not admissibility of the book. I really find there is no legal argument to exclude the book. Working backwards, then, when I'm looking at what's in front of me, the motion is on voluntariness here, right? And so when I'm looking at voluntariness, I started this out saying, first I'm looking for is Miranda required, and then I'm looking to those Pasama factors. And so ultimately, a criminal defendant is deprived of due process if the conviction is based upon an involuntary confession, and voluntariness is determined under the totality of the circumstances, including the age, intelligence, custodial status, and whether coercive police tactics overboard the will. When I look at Pasama, Dewey versus State, and then the Miranda decision itself. When we're looking at Miranda, it's only custodial interrogation. It doesn't require warnings where a defendant voluntarily provides information in a non-custodial setting. Statements offered against a party are admissible where they are the party's own statements or the party's manifested in adoption or belief in their truth. Neither required Miranda because neither ultimately were in a custody setting. He was free to leave at all times, and in fact, he did leave for decades after these were stated. So I don't think the Miranda framework is the appropriate one here. Additionally, it's important to note that he was represented by counsel throughout, and that is really what Miranda is. Miranda is designed to protect from police infringement on a person's ability to protect against coercion, and that's what the attorney's entire job is. When I look at the Pasama factors that have been laid out, I don't think they apply here necessarily to establish involuntariness, really. If I apply that test, Mr. Davis passes with flying colors. I mean, this is a situation where he is an adult. He's not inexperienced in the criminal justice system. He has counsel present. He's expressly advised he is not under arrest. He's not inexperienced, he's not uneducated, he's not isolated, he's not subject to prolonged detention, deprivation, or coercive texts. I mean, he's invited to the situation. He comes to tell his story to avoid the federal government's issue. So I don't find it that it's involuntary either. However, I do have problems with that 2008 interview, but I don't think that they were necessarily addressed in the framework that I'm given here. So I'm not necessarily saying it's admissible. I'm saying it's not voluntary at this time. So the motion is denied as written. So prepare the order on that.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, just as a matter of clarification of the court order, is this one of those things where we can redress this issue?
You can address it. I don't know what basis fits better, but it's not involuntary discretion.
That's fine, Your Honor, and I do understand the court's ruling with regards to that. I'm just trying to figure out in terms of timing and whether or not we can have the ability to address it.
I don't really have a ton of guidance on what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the framework that you presented me with, it doesn't fit as an involuntary statement. But you are free to readdress it as you see fit under the legal guidance. Gang evidence.
Your Honor, this is the state's motion. Looking at the defense response and talking to Mr. Sams, I think we largely agree that it's admissible for the purposes of motive. So the real question, they took some issue with the purpose of identification, but we're not doing it as a modus operandi. It's more identification as Davis's role within the larger South Central Crips, why he was the person in leadership in order to issue those commands, why he had the ability to do that. That's what we were looking for in terms of identification.
Okay. Ultimately, gang information is gang affiliation evidence is a bad act, and there's generally some sort of bad acts, Petrocelli type hearing, although doesn't really take all the traditional contours of Petrocelli hearings. But it seems as though Mr. Sanft is not requesting that. He's conceding that it could be necessary for, or that he concedes the evidence of the affiliation with the Southside Compton Crips, personal leadership role within that organization, the rivalry with Bob Hero and the Lakewood Mall and the MGM Grand incidents are probative of motive. And so it seems like we've passed the point where I thought we would need an evidentiary hearing. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that. I
On
think
the
that,
clear and convincing of the gang evidence.
yes, Your Honor.
So what it then leaves out essentially is the state is not seeking for identity, and so it's really just for motive. And so we're at essentially is this a situation where you're seeking for any gang enhancement phase to be bifurcated from the guilt phase?
I think that's an agreement that we would have with the state with regards to that particular issue. The danger is the use of the word shock collar and then the use of the word green light. That's really where we're trying to get at.
Okay, so for you, your concern is those two terms.
Correct. I mean, those are terms that are associated with gang activity. And it's not just gang activity, but it's also associated with this idea of rank within the gang activity. Whether or not Mr. Davis was part of the Southside Crips, I think it's documented. He lives on the street in Burris, in Compton. I mean, it's laid out. I think the protective lab would be very clear about the fact that you move into a neighborhood and you're on a street, you become associated with that particular thing. I have a concern about the idea that now they're going to try to shoehorn in this idea that he's a shock collar just by the fact of just using the words and saying he was a shock collar.
What about his own words? At least the shock collar.
Once again, I think if the evidence comes out that way, I think that's one thing. But at this particular point, I don't believe that they have enough to at least say, hey, we can just throw it out there and make this a thing, like in their openings or anything like that. I think during the course of the trial, if that becomes evidence, that's one thing.
Okay. Shock collar and green light, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. So by the court's ruling, the fact of green light is already coming in because it's specifically pulled from Mr. Davis's own words from his book. So, I mean, green light's already coming in. We have a good faith basis that it's coming in based on the court's ruling today. With regards to the shock collar, I mean, that is a term of art within gang hierarchy. The person who actually has the ability to direct orders on other people. And by the way, again, using Mr. Davis's own words from his book, he was the general, he was the president, he was the person that had the authority to make this happen. These are his own words. And so Detective Ladd, when he comes here, him saying that, yes, he was the shock collar, he was the person in that hierarchy that could order that retaliation is wholly appropriate given the context of gangs. Now, if the court wants me, I really don't know what I'm trying to work out what's the way to deal with that, other than to just say, we know Detective Ladd testified to that based on his experience. It's in the grand jury transcripts. that's where that's where this term is derived from. So, he describes himself in this manner.
And maybe what we do in the meantime, Your Honor, is we set this for a very short Petrocelli hearing right before Detective Ladd takes the stand. And we can make that determination at that particular point with regards to that issue, very narrowly construed just on the issue of the shock collar.
I think we can, okay, so the motion to admit gang evidence, it seems like it's largely not posted, so it's granted, the state can use it for motive, to establish motive. Regarding the issue, the gang phase will be bifurcated. Regarding the issue of shot color and green light is within sort of the key sentence that
Yes.
is used, that Mr. Davis uses to describe the murder, the crime that he's charged with. So I don't think that can be excised from the case. It just doesn't make sense. The shot color, we can do that brief evidentiary hearing, and we'll hold out until the detective testifies in using that particular phrase. All right, state's brigade order. Anything further?
Just a little bit. I expect that Detective Mon's officer's report will be sent over by the end of the week to Mr. Sams. And I know it's a short week, so I really mean by Thursday. There were a few other items. When I went through them, I didn't see anything. There was a couple of transcripts of a couple of audios that came through, and there was 2 audios. I think they're of random tips that came in to either Metro or LAPD. And so there'll be one last group of discovery sent over to Mr. Sams by the end of the week.
Okay. So it seems like discovery is ongoing.
Yes. The only thing we still haven't received is the lab, but I expect that the lab notes, I think because they're so old, there's literally testing done in 1996, that I think there was some search that had to be done to find it, that we will get on the underlying lab notes as well.
Your Honor, there was a couple of things I think there was mentioned in the last hearing with regard to discovery, conversations with Compton PD with regards to multiple other police reports that have not been disclosed. Are you talking about the same, and are those going to be disclosed as well? Other police reports in the last year?
No, that was 2 hearings ago.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe I sent it after that hearing. It was a day or 2 later that I completed all of the review of the Biggie Smalls murder trial and sent over everything from that, as well as everything we have from the federal government 302s, the DEA 302s related to the drug transactions that we already discussed here in court today, as well as what we could find on confidential informants and any benefit they received in those prior investigations.
Thank you. And then just one final thing, Your Honor, with regards to transcripts, could we get a transcript of the hearing today?
Sure. Do you want to do a final status check trial readiness July 14th, or
We'll be here anyway.
just leave it for calendar call?
I mean, we will be in here anyway, July 14th. I think we have a
Oh, there
hearing
was a
on
further
Mr.
motion
Sims.
eliminated, it got set, so we can address anything else. Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Was that your motion eliminate or states?
I think it's Mr. Sims.
It's mine.
It's
Okay.
Mr. Sims.
All right, we'll see you back for your motion July 14th. Thanks,
Thank you.
guys. We'll be in recess. Come on, guys.
I'll talk to you.
I think he's been in custody for about a year. Because I know right around the Diddy trial last year, he was trying to get a what's it call it? He was trying to get bond based off of his medical condition. All right, guys. So it is 11:14 my time. I'm going to actually go ahead and take a lunch. Yes, Denver.
I want Mr. Beast.
You want what?
I want Mr. Beast.
Okay. We'll get it in just a second, baby. Okay. All right, guys. So we are going to take at least the lunch. I'll hop back on if there's a verdict. If they're just questions, I'll post those on TikTok. We do have the recaps of the closing arguments going up on TikTok right now. But I
I won't say if, when the verdict comes through, we'll go live. So we'll be live on both YouTube and we'll be live on both YouTube, Twitch, and probably the Miss J says on TikTok. If there is a verdict, we'll come through and who good God, go from there. But other than that, we'll see what happens for today and if there is a verdict. But I am going to go ahead and put the stream up, and then whenever a verdict happens, we'll just go live. See y'all in a few.